Welcome back. I'm Thomas Keller. I want to welcome all of you to my masterclass focused on the bounty from the sea, our oceans, and our rivers. We're going to learn how to make salmon, Dover sole, a whole monkfish tail, salt-baked bronzino, butter-poached Maine lobster, shrimp scampi, and a lobster boil. We're also going to learn about sous vide cooking in two different ways, one in a very elementary way and in a more contemporary way. Also, we have a wonderful class on several different types of desserts, chocolate pot au crème, apple pie, and one of my favorite, the lemon tart with a pine nut crust. We have a number of different techniques surrounding all these dishes that you'll be able to learn little tidbits here and there and really be able to elevate your cooking abilities. Let's get in the kitchen and dive into this. Seafood, one of my favorite ingredients. It takes me back to when I was a young chef. One of my first jobs in Newport, Rhode Island was as a poissonnier. A poissonnier is somebody who cooks fish. And it was just an extraordinary moment in my life because I got to work with so much fish. There's so much more variety of fish than there is meat. We had scrod, we had cod, we had swordfish, we had salmon, we had lutemere, we had turbot, we had lobsters, we had shrimp, we had clams, we had mussels, we had oysters, we had all these different things that we got to work with every day. And it was one of my most favorite times in my career was cooking fish. Here we have a variety of things, and I just want to explain a few of the things. In here we have what we call round fish. So the round fish are fish that are more or less round. And you see them in the way we store them. And this is a very important thing and something I taught myself after realizing that when fish is stored on its side like this with ice on top, what happens is the pressure and the weight of the ice, both on the top and the bottom, create divots in the flesh, therefore damaging it. And I realized that we want to store our fish in the same way it swims so that there's no added pressure on these really beautiful fillets. So any fish that you get in the round, you want to be able to store as it swims, and therefore it does not diminish or impact negatively the quality of your fillets. So we have our beautiful king salmon here, which is a salmon that's really high in omega-3 fats. This here, right along here, is going to be the sirloin of the salmon. And that is relatively the same thickness from here to about here. And that's kind of the prized area in some ways. Here is the belly, which is also very prized because of the amount of fat that it has in it. It's a different texture and, of course, a different mouthfeel. And I love the belly. And as you know, in sushi restaurants, the toro or the tuna belly is the most prized. Here we have a bronzino, and I just want to kind of make you aware of the freshness of a fish and how to realize that. So on both these fish, we have bright, clear eyes that are bulging, and that's a true sign of freshness. On our bronzino, we also can look in the gill cage here, and we can see slime in the gill cage. It's a good thing as it relates to the freshness of fish. And the gills are the same color through and throughout, a nice pink. So that gives you a true indication of freshness. And also just how the flesh responds to when you touch it, if it bounces back. So that's a true sign of the freshness of the fish. Again, we always want to store them in the same way they swim. Here we have a beautiful turbot. It's a flat fish. And this one, you can see, has eyes on the same side of its head. When it's born, the eyes are on opposite sides, and then as it starts to grow, the eyes migrate to one side. You also see the top of this is a dark color. And this is the way the fish lays on the bottom of the ocean so that it's protected. It kind of puts itself in there, some sand around it. And the darkness is also because of the light that comes through the water. Because if you look at the other side, it's almost totally white. And so this would be the bottom of the flatfish. and the top of the flatfish. This fillets here are going to be much thicker than the fillets on the other side of the fish. Of course, some of the wonderful fish that we have that are flatfish are all of our soles. And of course, besides the turbo, one of the most prestigious soles is Dover sole. I remember when I was in Ireland several years ago, we were in a restaurant and they had black sole on the menu. I didn't really know what black sole was until the server brought it out and filleted it in front of me, and I realized that was Dover sole. And I said, well, that's Dover sole. And he said, no, we don't call it Dover sole. This is Ireland. We call it black sole. And so I realized that the Irish didn't want to be recognized as using something that was English. Again, you can see here the gills are a little bit of slime in there, and they're just always the same color from one to the other. So again, a beautiful piece of fish. Crustaceans, we have our lobsters, of course. Here we have a female lobster, and you can tell the female lobster because these two first little feet here are very soft and small and kind of tucked up underneath there. This one's going to be our male lobster. You can see they're a little bigger and a little, do I dare say, stiffer? But that's the difference between the male and the female lobster. These guys we keep them nice and happy there and okay. Of course, some beautiful shrimp. These are shrimp from Thailand. Wonderful prawns and different things. We also have, in this family, we have small écrevisses, which come from murky waters. One of the most famous dishes in the world is poulet de Bresse aux écrevisses, which is a chicken from Bresse cooked with crayfish, made famous by Chef Paul Bocuse. We also have different types of shrimp, smaller shrimp. We grade shrimp by how many pieces are in a pound. So the largest shrimp that we can buy are going to be U5s, or under 5 shrimp per pound, and they'll go under 7, under 10, under 15, and they'll get smaller because it's more per pound. And of course, we have shellfish here. We have some beautiful mussels from our friends in Maine. These are bouchet mussels, Bouchet. They're the mussels that are known in France, and you get the steamed mussels there with saffron or with white wine. And of course, we have some beautiful cherry stone clams as well. So we're going to cook our bronzino in salt crust, which is just a beautiful way to cook bronzino. We're going to be doing our lobsters. Very famous dish at the French Laundry, which is our lobster macaroni and cheese. We'll get to see how to do that. It's very intense, very involved, but certainly results in a beautiful dish, and one that has become quite famous in our restaurant. We're also going to be doing a lobster boil. We're going to get to use a lot of our shrimp, our clams, our mussels. Again, some more lobsters, some sausage, some corn, some potatoes, some onions, and things like that. So these are the things that we're going to be able to do as we go through our class and working on our fish. If you want to know more about the sustainability of the fish that you're buying, go to seafoodwatch.org. And they've done a great job at identifying what fish are sustainable, where it's coming from, and the amount that's available to you. One of the things that we have to recognize is there are more of us, there are more people eating fish today. I'm one of them. My diet certainly contains mostly fish, but there is less wild seafood available from our ocean. So please be careful, make sure that we're doing the right thing so that future generations have the opportunity to experience these wonderful products that come naturally to us. I get to cook you something that I eat maybe 2 or 3 days a week, seriously. A beautiful piece of salmon. I cook it unilaterally, which is only on the skin side. We want to get that skin really crispy. Then I flip it over and kiss it on the other side. I like my salmon medium rare to medium, or as they would say in France, au point. I'll always eat my salmon with sautéed spinach, of course, Popeye's favorite vegetable, packed full of nutrients, both of these ingredients. What you may see at the grocery store is a fillet of salmon. This is probably the most common way that you'll see salmon presented. You can see the beautiful fat that is in the belly on the bottom. And certainly that's one of my favorite pieces as well. But it's a little more difficult to cook. And certainly the skin in that is a little different than the skin on the top. So it's a little thicker for that protection. The top piece of skin is a little thinner. So you can see if we touch the flesh, it responds by bouncing back quickly, and that's a true sign of freshness in any fish. I'm gonna go ahead and trim this up a little bit just to make it a little. This is where the dorsal fin was. But you can see here, you can see all that beautiful fat that's just layered in there. All that full of omega-3. We have a little bit of the vertebrae here. I'm just going to trim that out. And of course, we have our pin bones that run down. So we want to make sure that we're removing those pin bones. And more likely than not, the fish that you buy in the grocery store will have those pin bones already removed. This is a sustainably raised or king salmon from New Zealand. And they raise them as close as they can to how they grow in the wild. Okay. Eliminated all of our pin bones. Always keeping a clean, dry surface. I'm going to remove the sirloin, as we spoke about now. You can see where the vertebrae was. We're just going to take our knife and just go right down that line. In order for us to really get that skin crispy, we want to remove as much moisture as we can from the skin. So we like to do something we call squeegeeing the skin. You notice I put it on a moist kitchen towel here to keep it from moving around. So if I take my knife down, you can see the water. You can see the water start to come off of that skin. We want to get all of that water off of there. And so just back up. And this will also assure that there's no more scales on the fish. And then back down. All the moisture that's accumulating along my knife blade, you can see that. Removing more of the moisture out of the skin, which allows the skin to get much crispier when we cook it. So in our kitchen, when we say squeegee that, that's what we're doing. Again, back down. Sometimes my knife, now I'll start to do my knife at a little sharper angle to dig in there, a little more pressure. And you can see still moisture coming off of the fish. This will also, when we turn it back onto the board to portion it, the dry skin will adhere itself to the board. So again, stabilizing the fish or this fish so that I don't have to put a towel underneath it to prevent it from sliding around. How much water can you get out of it? As much as you can. You can see also the skin is starting to dull out a little bit because moisture is pulling out. Okay, I'm pretty happy. Now we're going to go ahead and cut our portions. You see this little bloodline that runs down there? I don't mind that. In fact, I enjoy it. But for those of you who don't like it, you can also just trim that out if you want by taking your knife and just running it down at that angle and removing it. Always keeping my board as clean as possible. Sacrifice a little bit of that. Now, one thing that you want to see when I'm cutting this, taking my portion, I'm putting my hands here to brace it so that it doesn't move away from me and then result in a slice or a cut that's not precise. Okay. Any fillet that has this diameter or this dimension can be cut this way. Striped bass, for example, a beautiful large striped bass. This is about a 10-pound fish. So anything that's between 8 and 12 pounds would yield you that beautiful supreme or that beautiful sirloin at the top of that fish. And you can do the same type of preparation. Even bass, straight bass, is something that we do crispy skin. Of course, if you don't like the skin, then we would just remove the skin very easily. And we would do this when it was the whole fillet, but just to show you, for those of you who don't like the skin, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead now and start to saute these beautiful salmon fillets. We're starting with a high heat. In your calculations of how much oil to use, we have a lot of fat in our salmon. We've already identified that. You see that here on the belly. You've seen it on the sirloin. So we don't have to add as much oil because that fat from the fish is actually going to render out a little bit. Nice even coating on the bottom, thin coating. Remember, we're starting with a high heat. We're going to bring that temperature up to relatively hot. Although this, I'm not going to let come to a smoke point. I don't want the skin to cook too fast. But it needs to be at a temperature that's not going to result in the skin sticking to the pan. Which brings up a really good point that I want to make is tempering our food. We always talk about tempering our food or bringing our food to room temperature. That is the same with fish. Leaving it out to get to room temperature so that when you do put it in, you're starting to cook it, two things will happen. It'll be more evenly cooked. And in this case, the skin is not so cold, so we're not threatened with our skin sticking to the bottom of the pan. I'm not gonna season this salmon. I'm gonna use some finishing salt to season it after it's cooked. We also don't wanna overcrowd the pan. If we have too much of protein in there, too much vegetable in there, then the recovery time is gonna take a little longer. Recovery is when you put your ingredients in your saute pan or in any cookware, the time it takes to recover from the temperature loss with the ingredients that you've added to it. Patience, patience, patience. Don't try to rush it. Sometimes we as cooks always want to move things around. Sometimes it's just better just to let the heat and the protein do their jobs and the cookware before you do anything. I've turned it down. Sound is very important in this process in cooking. Sound is equally as important as aroma, as temperature. You can hear what's going on with your food if you pay attention. You know how much moisture is evaporating from the skin or how much moisture was in your food because of the sizzle. That's a very important thing to remember. Sizzle starts to go down, then there's less moisture. So I just want to check to make sure that they haven't in any way adhered themselves to the bottom, so I feel good about that. I just want to look at the bottom, so we're looking really nice there. You notice I'm not afraid of the heat. I have a lot of experience working this close to the food, but I want you to also feel comfortable working close to food. We squeegeed the skin, which was really, really important to remove all that moisture. It allows us to get our skin crispier. This will also allow us to have more control over the temperature that we're going to finally result in our salmon. So some people want to have their salmon rare, but they want a crispy skin. How do you do that? Less moisture in the skin results in a crispier skin. So these are the things that are very important in doing. You're able to control not only the crispiness of the skin, but also the temperature, the final temperature that you're cooking your salmon to. I'm going to go ahead and baste this a little bit as well. Look at that, just really, really coming out quite nice there. My heat is probably a medium fire now. So you see that I've created a lot of violence with that basting. This is a high smoke point vegetable oil. Could be anything from canola oil to coconut oil to grapeseed oil. Okay, so we're almost there. I also like this dish because it's a one pot meal for me. In other words, once I cook my salmon, I'm going to saute my spinach in the same saute pan, so resulting in only having to clean one pan. You hear that? As soon as that hot oil hits the liquid that's in the flesh, it starts to sizzle more because it's pulling out moisture. I'm only using a spoon as my utensil, but whatever you're comfortable with, I don't want to suggest that you only use a spoon. If you're not comfortable using a spoon, you need to use a spatula. By all means, use a spatula. Well, I'm just going to turn it over quickly there. Fixing it on the other side. Skin is nice and crispy. Hit it just a couple times. Beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and turn my fire off. Safety precaution there. We're going to drain our fish. We also want our fish to rest. We talk about meat resting all the time. Very seldom we talk about fish resting, but any protein that we're cooking, the bigger that it is, the longer we want it to let it rest. So I can feel that skin. I don't know if you can hear that, but nice and crispy. I'm going to drain my oil off of here. I want to be careful whenever draining oil to let it accumulate in the bottom before pouring it out. One great thing about this piece of cookware is that it has a flared edge, which allows us to pour very evenly. If it's a straight edge, it's going to be a little more difficult to pour it out evenly. And you'll see that more and more in sauce pots than maybe in a saute pan, that opportunity to be able to pour evenly. We're going to turn our fire back on. High heat. I don't mind these little remnants of fish in there because we're going to cook our spinach in this. The spinach has an enormous amount of water in it, so it's going to go pretty quickly. We're going to flavor that with some minced shallots. You could use minced red onions or just onions if you like. I'm going to grate a little bit of lemon zest in there because I like that a lot. And just grating right down to the pith. This is pre-washed spinach. When I grew up, we didn't have pre-washed spinach, so we had to do a lot of washing of our own spinach. Okay, so that little rasp grater there really does well with the lemon zest that I'm putting in here. I'll put a layer in. Salt goes down. Some of our shallot. Spinach. It's hard really to evenly season spinach as it cooks because it all starts to clump together. Now, you don't have to use any shallots if you don't like. Again, using things that you like and you enjoy the flavors of is the most important part of cooking. Finding ways for you to incorporate your favorite things. So you can hear that. You can hear that sizzle. The spinach cooks. All that water coming out of the spinach is what's causing it to sizzle like that. I turn my fire down to medium. Bring my drain pan over. Now, sometimes you just like wilted spinach. That may be a nice level of cooking for you. Okay. There we go. Go ahead and drain that. Turn off my fire. I lost some spinach in there a little bit. Sorry, guys. Then we've prepared a little chow chow here, which are a pickled vegetable from our garden, which we love. I've drained the spinach. Is it necessary to drain spinach? No. If you don't mind a little pool of liquid around your fish, then it's all about presentation. I'm just going to finish it with a little bit of finishing salt. So this is Malden salt, a flake salt. I like the texture, the way it crunches when I bite into it. And then just a little squeeze of lemon around there, just to give it more of that fresh, vibrant flavor. And there we have my favorite dish, crispy skinned salmon with sautéed spinach. There are two fish, I think, which are of royalty. One of them is the turbot, and the second one is Dover sole. It's one of those fish that has been around and very popular for generations. But before we get to the Dover sole, I'm going to teach you how to make Pommes Château. We're using the Pommes Château as a garnish. It's a classic garnish also for Dover sole. And it's just really boiled potatoes. We're gonna boil them with a little bit of herbs. In this case, we have some thyme, some bay leaf, some garlic cloves to add a little bit of flavor to that. We're gonna crush that garlic clove, get all that flavor out, and some peppercorns. Of course, those will be taken out. We're gonna straight after the potatoes are cooked, and we wanna cook our potatoes where there's no resistance. And you know that when it's a raw potato, I can barely stick my knife in there without it sticking. So there's a lot of resistance to that. Of course, when it's cooked, we're gonna be able to pierce the flesh of the potato and pull the knife out without it sticking in the knife. So that's what we call no resistance. So historically, a Pommes Château has to have 7 sides, 6 of them equal, and one of them a little broader so that it can actually sit flat on your plate. I remember when I first learned how to do this and the difficulty of actually doing a Château potato and being watched over the shoulder by my mentor, Roland Hennin, which is a wonderful French chef from Lyon, but an imposing figure. And to have him standing over your shoulder while you're trying to turn 150 Pommes Château, don't want to go there. This is a red bliss potato. We would never, ever use a baking potato or an Idaho potato for this. We always want to use a dense potato. Red Bliss, Yukon Gold are all good potatoes to use for this preparation. It does, I'm gonna just say this, it does create a lot of potato waste. So if you're against that and you don't really care about the way it looks or recreating something that's historic like a Pommes Château, then you can just peel it and that's fine as well. But when I make a Pommes Château, I use what we call a beak paring knife because it allows me to hold it in my hand and do that without a lot of effort. So turning potatoes, of course, the potato is a vegetable, so we also turn carrots, we turn turnips, we turn rutabagas, turn beets. Anything that is dense enough to turn, we've been known to turn. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one flat side. So we go ahead and bring them over to our burner, just turn that on, let them simmer. They shouldn't take more than 15 minutes once they come to a simmer. Of course, we always start our potatoes in cold water and let them come up. We never would ever put potatoes in hot water or boiling water. That makes it that much more difficult to cook. Now, I'm going to show you 2 ways of removing the skin from our Dover sole. One, fairly easy. Look at that guy, huh? Flatfish, 2 eyes on top, dark top side, which faces up into the sky or into the sun, and then, of course, the bottom, which is much lighter. So what we want to do here is to release the skin from the skeleton. Okay, so one way to do that is to dip it in hot water. And I'm just waiting for that skin to cook a little bit and then it'll separate from the skeleton. There it goes, you see right there. You can see how that's done. You can see the bones there. And then we can just lift it off. Very simple. This we're gonna need the aid of a towel. I'm just grabbing it with my fingers underneath. Once you get it started, it comes right off. Now you can do other small sole like this, petroli sole, lemon sole, in terms of flatfish, that'll work with the same technique of peeling the skin off. A larger flatfish is a little more complicated and more difficult. The skin is much thicker, obviously, because it's a bigger fish. And to be quite honest with you, I've never really tried to skin a halibut or a turbot using this method. We've always filleted it because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those fillets off of those fish. We're never cooking them whole. As we're going to do with our Dover sole, we're going to cook it whole. So that's one right there. Now, the other one, which is kind of the way I learned, we didn't have the hot water next door because in our fish butchery in the kitchen is a very cold place, so we didn't have stoves nearby. We would just begin by scraping that same skin until it started to let loose, as you can see. Takes a little more effort, but this is the way we were doing it in our kitchen for fish butchery. Results in the same way. So either way you find easy, you want to bring a pot of water up to a boil, or if you just want to scrape that tail until you catch some skin, it's going to work fine. Now realize I'm working on a piece of parchment paper because I want to keep my board as clean as possible. And this does have scales on it, so some of the scales are coming off, as you can see in my hand, and onto the paper. Okay, so we have our 2 Dover soles peeled, and we're going to trim them, but let me clean up a little bit here. Always working as clean as possible. It's a good habit to work on. We always say clean as you go, which means exactly that. As you're working, you're continuously cleaning, putting things away, taking things to the dishwasher, wiping things down, putting things in the garbage can, whatever it needs to happen. We're always cleaning as we go. Okay, now we're going to trim off the dorsal fins here. Have our pair of kitchen shears. And you can see right along here where the flesh meets those fins, and that's very important to watch that line. It's very simple to see, it's obvious. You just take a pair of scissors and cut up that side. Follow it around. Miss that little piece. And then we're just going to flip it over and do the same thing on the other side. Remove any of the liver or pancreas that we have here. And then we're going to go ahead. We have a very heavy chef's knife here. We're going to go ahead and just cut the head right off here. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and trim the tail the same way. Let me turn that, make sure they're angled the same. Perfect. And there we have our Dover sole ready to be sautéed. We're going to go ahead and sauté a Dover sole here. Very simple. It's a fish that has a very firm flesh, very meaty, and therefore it's a pretty easy fish to cook. When I say that, it's not going to flake apart as some whitefish might do. They become very tender, very fragile. Dover sole has a lot of in other words, it's very meaty, so it's not going to fall apart on you. We're going to dredge it in a little bit of flour, and this time we're going to cook in clarified butter. We're using a non-stick sauté pan. We're going to get our fire up here again. Clarified butter is whole butter, and we taught how to clarify this in our first MasterClass. Now, you don't have to use clarified butter. It becomes a cooking fat, but it does add a little bit of flavor in this sense. And I just really like the way, especially when we use flour, butter and flour react. It's kind of that same kind of idea when we're spreading butter on our bread. We like those flavors. So we're going to take our sole. We're going to make sure we dry it off. Again, we want as little moisture as we can. Dredge them in flour. Again, this is all-purpose flour, so nothing unique, or nothing you probably don't have at home, or certainly in your restaurants. I'm gonna go ahead and flip my board over to a clean side so that when I do fillet my fish, I have that opportunity to work off a clean surface. We wanna make sure that any excess flour is removed. Just patting it there. Very, very thin coat. This just gives that a little thin layer of crispiness that I like. Okay, you can see it's smoking. So we're gonna go ahead and lay our sole in. And remember, always away from us. You hear it right away. And here we go. I'm going to turn my fire down. This one, we're going to turn it down to low, medium instead of medium. We want it to cook relatively slowly because it is a big piece of fish and it has bones in it. So the bones, in this case, are fairly cold. Remember, we took it right off of the ice. So that bone portion needs to get up to that proper temperature in order to make sure that the meat around it is cooked as well. So it's going to take a little longer. There are 3 brown butter sauces which are traditionally served with Dover sole or a different kind of sole. One is Beurre Amandine, and Beurre Genevoise. So we are all going to start that with butter that we browned. And then we're going to finish that. Beurre is made with butter, parsley, and lemon juice. Almondine with the addition of almonds. We're going to do those 2 today. And then Genevoise has capers, lemon, and croutons in it. Okay. This requires patience in what we're doing. Okay, so you can see when I'm penetrating my potato now, it goes pretty much all the way through and it's falling off of the knife as opposed to sticking to the knife, which is very important. And probably another 5 minutes on those and they'll be ready to go. You notice I like to do this basting. Helps accelerate the cooking process. Now this works really well with petroli sole, lemon sole, any of the small sole that are available depending on part of the country you're in. We have petroli sole here on the West Coast, on the East Coast, lemon sole is available, gray sole. Look at that, see? Beautiful brown there. You can see how this sautéing at a lower heat doesn't create so much splatter. The sole is very dense, so there's not a lot of water in that. And then we put the flour on it as well, which is soaked up a little bit of water, so we don't have that kind of violent action that we had with the salmon or other dishes we may do that have more water in them. See, I'm just penetrating again. One of the ways to tell how your fish is cooking, especially in a Dover sole or a firm fish like this, is to be able to penetrate it with your knife. And if you can see, when it's raw, it kind of indents, and the knife tip doesn't really penetrate it unless I put a lot of pressure on it. Whereas opposed to a piece of fish that's cooked, the knife will flow right through it. In the same way that we talked about our potatoes and the resistance of that with a knife, the sole or fish is the same way. I also love Dover sole because it's almost impossible to overcook. But you never, ever want to undercook Dover sole because it won't come off the bone. And part of that fear of every server in any restaurant that's doing Dover sole in the dining room is that the fish comes out of the kitchen a little undercooked because it is so embarrassing when a server is trying to fillet his Dover sole for you and he can't get it off the bone. This is the thinner side. Remember I talked to you about the thinner and thicker side? This is the thinner side, which is the white part of the fish, or the fish that sits on the bottom of the ocean. Very gentle cooking process here. Okay. We're done now. So we're gonna go ahead and take our potatoes so that we can coat them with just a little bit of butter. They're beautiful, still intact. And the aromas, again, the aromas coming off here are very special. You got a little bit of that thyme. You're starting to get the spice from the peppercorns. A little bit of that sweet garlic now that the garlic's cooked. The thyme, the bay leaf. Okay, there we go. Now we can put whole butter in here if you like whole sweet butter, which I do, and or a little bit of clarified, or both in this case. Remember, clarified butter has a more intense butter flavor than whole butter. I'll season that with a little bit of salt. Now we're gonna go ahead and make our brown butter sauce, or beurre manière. Get our casserole hot. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and fillet our sole. I like to use a spoon. I'm gonna take it right down the vertebrae, and then I'm just gonna go out. And you see how easy that is. And this is the bottom or the lighter part of the fillet. And you don't even have to turn it over. You know why? Because this bone is going to come right out. Let me start from the back. Here we go. Okay. You see how easy it is to move your Dover sole around. It's a very dense fish. Or Pommes Château. Beautifully turned, classically prepared. Yeah, you want to be careful not to heat it up too much, because if it's too hot, the brown butter will burn almost immediately. You want to put the butter in there and actually start it to sizzle. The milk solids are what's going to brown and give it that kind of aroma of nuttiness that we like so much. I'm making a little extra here because I want to turn our beurre manière sauce into a beurre amandine. What I'm going to do is, once my butter is the color and the aroma that I want, I'm going to arrest the cooking with the lemon juice. You can see that start to get a little brown around the edge. Get a nice little froth on top. The milk solids are what's browning and giving it that nutty flavor. See, now we have a beautiful brown butter, okay? And I'm gonna go ahead and squeeze my lemon juice into it. Parsley, and the aroma here is just magnificent. If I want to turn that into amandine, I can go ahead and just put my almonds in there. And I want to use raw almonds so they have a chance to roast in the butter and then taking on that roasted almond flavor. I'm just gonna drop a little more butter in there to stop it just so slightly. So this is our Dover sole meuniere. And I'm gonna turn it into almondine real quickly here in a moment. If we were making Grenoboise, the almonds would, of course, we'd start with the brown butter, then we'd arrest the cooking with the lemon juice, add the croutons, the lemon segments, and capers. And that's what we have, then be almondine. Our royal Dover sole, fit for a queen. We're gonna oven roast a monkfish tail. I love monkfish. It's one of those fish that is firm in flesh, very meaty, and lends itself incredibly well to oven roasting. But we're gonna start our beurre rouge first because we're gonna serve our roasted monkfish with a red wine butter sauce. I know that's a little bit odd. Most people like to drink white wine with their fish, but because of the cooking technique we're using for this, we're gonna go ahead and make a red wine sauce with it and then roast it. Where should we start? We're gonna start with a red wine reduction. It's actually red wine and port wine. So it's 3 parts red wine, again, red wine that you would drink at the table, and port, again, port that you would drink at the table. So we're gonna go ahead and add that to our sauce pot. This is, again, a reduction that is gonna be finished with butter. We're gonna add some mushrooms, shallots, and sweet carrots. Get that going, really nice. Then we're gonna make a sachet, and the sachet is full of herbs and spices. In this case, we have some parsley, some thyme, some peppercorn, and some bay leaf. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap that in this cheesecloth. Fold it over, tack, 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 boom, boom, boom. There we go. It's nice and loose. I'm gonna go ahead and tie it. Twice around the top, twice around the bottom, meeting in the center. Slip knot. Go ahead and add that to that as well. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and let that reduce. It's gonna reduce down to a syrup, and then we're gonna strain it into a smaller vessel and then go ahead and add our chilled butter to it as we emulsify that sauce. In the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and truss our monkfish tail. The monkfish tail probably went another 5 inches, but it tapers down. So we wanted to get the portion that was consistent in size. I always start by trussing in the center first. And now be careful, be very gentle in your trussing of fish. We don't want the string to in any way damage the meat for 2 reasons. Obviously, we don't want to damage the meat. For the second reason, it'll stick. And you won't be able to pull it out without damaging the cooked meat. And again, we're looking for a consistent shape as well as density. Now, for those of you who are concerned about the alcohol content in our wine and our port, that'll all evaporate during this reduction process. So I'm gonna go ahead and start to heat up my skillet. I got a cast iron skillet here. I like these. They're very good for heat distribution and heat retention, as well as quick recovery. Okay, beautiful. So there we have our trussed monkfish tail. There we go. We're going to take our vegetable oil. It'll be a good amount of vegetable oil. All right, so that's heating, that's reducing. So you can see we have our beautiful monkfish tail. It's consistent in its shape, so it's going to cook evenly in the density. When we roast our monkfish tail, at the end, we're going to add some butter, garlic, and thyme to be able to baste it and really have those flavors from the garlic and thyme throughout the monkfish tail. We'll go ahead and season. Salt. High above, distribute it evenly as it falls down onto the meat here. Again. Or when I moved back from France in the mid-'80s, I didn't have anything in my apartment. I didn't have any cookware, so my first purchase was a cast iron skillet. I knew I could cook everything I wanted to cook in that, almost everything I wanted to cook in that cast iron skillet. I could pan roast a steak, I could cook eggs, I could roast a chicken. It was just a very versatile piece of cookware. I still have it today. So again, this is a whole monkfish tail that has the bone in it. Okay, we're smoking. So I have my string here so I can actually hold it with the string. Makes it a little easier to get into the oil. My flame is on high, so it's really intense. I'll turn it down in a moment. I'm using my Peltex spatula. Adjusting the flame a little bit. I feel comfortable that the heat is recovered. Some nice smoke there from both the monkfish. Get a nice reduction on that. Patience. Just trying to get sneak peeks. The beurre rouge reduction can be made way ahead and in large quantities. If you really like this sauce, for any application, the reduction can be done in a large quantity, kept in a deep strain, so that you just have the red wine syrup, and then butt it out as you wish in the quantities that you want, and in the intensity that you want. Okay. There you go. Now I'm going to do the side of my monkfish tail. You see how I have arranged it so it's leaning against the edge of my skillet, which is holding it up. When I do the other side, I'll turn it over and put it on this side, again, so this side is being held up by the edge of the skillet. It's a technique that you can use for other things as well. Rack of lamb, a saddle of lamb, anything that you want to position to be supported while it's cooking. There we go. Okay, turn my pan down very low. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to lift my tail out, just for safety, and put it on my rack there while I strain my fat out. Again, these skillets are great because they do have that little pour spout there. I'll add some fresh oil back to it. Number one, to cool down the skillet. And number two, obviously, to give me that fat to be able to cook it in. I'm going to add some butter. Again, to cool it down even more. You can see it's still very hot. I'm going to go ahead and turn my tail over and put it back in the pan very gently. Okay. Add my garlic and my thyme. A little more butter. Turn up my heat. There we go. And I'm going to do a little basting. That brown butter, that garlic, that thyme, the aromas are just wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the oven now. Well, the skillet's heavy, so you want to make sure that you get good grips on it, and the handles are really hot. So always have enough protection in your hand, and make sure you're gripping it well. Okay, here we go in the oven. There we go. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and strain our red wine reduction. Reduce it just slightly more, and then we'll finish it with our butter. So we're back. We have our red wine reduction finished. I'm going to go ahead and pull my monkfish out. I believe it is ready as well. We're moving right along here. Yep. Beautiful. So I'm squeezing my vegetables out while they're in the pot. Getting as much of that reduction out of there as possible. Back there for finish that reduction. We're gonna let our monkfish tail rest. I'm gonna take it out of the skillet. First, I'm gonna give one more quick baste to it. Just beautiful. Again, these are very heavy skillets and very hot handles. Continue to reduce our red wine to a syrup, and when that's done, we're going to add enough butter to the appropriate amount of sauce for our portions of monkfish. Again, it could be a light red wine butter sauce or a more intense red wine butter sauce. It's all up to you how much butter you want to add. There's the acid in here already from the red wine as well as from the port wine. So I don't think we're gonna have to add any acid to it. We're gonna probably season it with a little salt. Okay, so again, looking at the bubbles, you see them starting to grow larger because the viscosity of this liquid is becoming thicker, more syrupy. And you can start to see that how it's coating the bottom of this sauce pot. Just another minute and we'll be able to start to add our butter. We'll reduce our heat here. We have a sauce whisk here. It's a little different than a balloon whisk because it's elongated. A balloon whisk will start out and then balloon out. And balloon whisk are more for purposing of whipping things, sabayons, so whipped cream and that sort. A sauce whisk, which is much flatter, as you can see, suits this purpose, this technique. So I'm gonna turn that down. And start whisking in some cold butter here. We don't really have to melt each piece completely before we add the next. We just want to maintain an emulsification and a temperature. So I can feel the temperature with my hand. My hand is so close to the surface of the butter that I can feel the heat coming off of it. I know my flame is doing the trick of maintaining that temperature as well without getting it too hot. It will break if it does get too hot. And the more emulsified butter that you have made, the quicker you can add more butter to it. It's going to support the added fat. If it starts to get a little too thick, you could add a little bit of water to it. You see that beautiful red wine butter sauce. Use a little bit of kosher salt in here. We'll taste it for seasoning and acid. Beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and eat our monkfish tail. See how the string hasn't stuck to the protein. That's good. I didn't tie it too tight, but it maintained this really beautiful shape. I'm gonna use a seafold towel. You can use a paper towel just to set that on there as we carve it. The bone is easy. You follow the bone right down, and as you see, it falls right off. There we go. Prevent any moisture from wicking out into the sauce. We'll keep it draining just for a moment on there while we sauce our plate. The chef's trim. A little bit of mulled and salt. Just garnish it with a little green chervil and call it a day. Just a lovely, very sophisticated dish. Pan-roasted monkfish tail, red wine butter sauce, or beurre rouge. Simple perfection. I love this. Another way to use our oven is to bake fish. I don't mean just put a piece of fish or a fillet of fish in the oven. We've all done that before, and that's fine. But I'm going to cook a fish in salt crust. Salt baked bronzino, caramelized fennel bulb, and red pepper vinaigrette. One of the reasons I love this is because we're encasing this beautiful piece of fish in the salt. It's actually steaming with its own juices while it's encased in the salt. We have our salt here. I just finished mixing it. This is just kosher salt with egg whites in it. One way to tell you have enough egg whites in your salt, as you're mixing, take a fistful, compress it, open your fist, let that fistful fall out. And if none stick to your hand, then it's a good indication you have enough egg whites in your salt. It may appear to be like wet sand at a beach. For all of you who've made sandcastles at a beach, you just set that aside. We're going to begin by removing the fins, the gills, and a little bit of the tail. And we have our gratin dish, so our bass has to fit in there. Any fins. Now be careful, because they are sharp. You can't stick yourself. We don't want to have an accident. So we've removed all of our fins, and we're going to remove the gills from the gill cage. So just stick your finger inside and pull it up, kind of like that. I'm going to revert back to my other hand. And then just snip off the head, follow it down. And then, very simple. Same on the other side. Put my fingers underneath, get down to the edge, cut, release it, follow on up, boom. I'm gonna take it over to the sink and just rinse it out with some cold water. So we cleaned her up. Inside, there's no blood, no excess blood. The gill cage is clean. We have no fins left to just dry out that moisture. Get a little residue blood probably from that. Yep, you see, that's good. Right? We're gonna just make sure that our fish is gonna fit there. We'll trim it. I have a story about a great friend of mine who, when he was married, he bought a pot roast, beautiful pot roast, to bring home to his new wife, Jane, to cook. Jane immediately hacked off 2 ends of the pot roast before she began the process of cooking it. Charlie was aghast. He said, "My God, why did you cut off the ends of the pot roast?" He said, "Well, my mother did." Charlie said, well, get your mother on the phone and find out why she cut off the ends of the pot roast. It just seems like such a waste to me. Jane gets her mother on the phone. Mom, Charlie's upset. I cut off the ends of my pot roast because you always did it. Why'd you do it? I don't know. That's the way Grandma always did it. Well, damn, get Grandma on the phone. Let's find out because Charlie's really upset. Gets Grandma on the phone. Grandma says, I cut the ends off the pot roast because my pot wasn't big enough. So it just goes to show you that sometimes these old wives' tales are practical at some point, but not at another. The point here is that we want to make sure that our fish fits into our gratin dish so that we can get it in the oven and bake it. Now we're ready to layer our salt in our gratin dish, place our fish on top, and then pack it in that salt before we put it in our preheated oven. Just to bring this to your attention, I've put some fennel top in here, as well as some lemons. I don't really have a preference on what you put inside, but you want to put something inside because if there's nothing inside, the belly of the fish is going to fall down. We want to be able to support that so it maintains a natural, see that? That natural shape of the fish, as if the entrails were inside of it. So a nice bed of salt for the fish to lie in. Pack that down. And then lay our fish there. Now, some people say, can I cut the head off as opposed to the tail? Certainly. If you do cut the head off, be careful not to expose the flesh that's right here. All right, so we'll just continue to pack our salt. A nice even mound. We're confident we have the right thickness of salt. Just clean up the edges. Any cracks, just make sure they're filled. Remember, the egg whites are what's going to bind the salt together so that after it's baked, it's going to feel like a brick. We're going to have to cut it open. The purpose is to really encase it. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the middle of our oven, preheated oven. We're going to bake our fish in our salt crust for approximately 20 minutes at 350 degrees. Here we go. We're going to make this a little simple and a little complicated. We have our fennel bulb, which we cook sous vide here, but it could be blanched and then roasted in a sauté pan. In this case, we have a non-stick pan here. We have red bell pepper juice that we are going to reduce until it reaches the consistency of a syrup. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? And that's going to be the base for our vinaigrette. And it's a very simple process. We're going to just add our juice to our sauce pot here. It'll take some time, probably a half an hour at least. We don't want it to have a rapid boil, just a nice slow bubbling simmer. So, you know, it's something that you just want to take your time with and not rush. Our fennel bulb is cooking. We have our the base for our vinaigrette, which is our reduced red pepper juice. We've reduced citrus juices. We've reduced other yellow pepper juice, works really well. Beets works really well. Carrot works well. So those are some of the different vegetables or fruit juices that we've done. Let your imagination run wild and try any juice that you like. Where can you get red pepper juice? You get red pepper juice out of red peppers that you put in a juicer. I don't think that you're going to be able to buy that at a store, but there are other juices that you could potentially buy at a store and work with. Beet juice may be one of them, certainly carrot juice, orange juice, things like that, which if you want to try to experiment and see how they work out for you. We're going to go ahead and add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil here. Let that be split apart, not emulsify it. And then a little bit of lemon juice. Some salt. And that should do it. Here we have just a little bit of our vegetable oil in there. Get our trivet ready here. We'll bring our fish out. You see how that salt crust soufflé, remember those are egg whites, and anytime you're making a classic soufflé, you're whipping those egg whites to make that puff up. Soufflé means to puff. So they actually soufflé in our salt crust as well. Keeping an eye on everything. Got a little red pepper dice here, which I'm just going to put in my vinaigrette. Using a serrated knife, try to position it so I can show you. You see that? I want you to hear it. How hard that is. And draw your knife around. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. And you see that steam that came out of there started to escape right away? That's the process that we want. We want that fish to be steaming in its own moisture, as well as we put lemons in there, remember, so it gives us some moisture as well. That's a beautiful steamed fish that's baked in salt. I'm going to be careful. Lifting that fish out of there. You see the skin on the other side is intact as well. That's perfect. Okay. There we have our bronzino. Ready to fillet. Just going to move them over for a moment. Clean up my board of any excess salt. Brush any excess salt off of the fish. I'm going to take a serrated knife and just cut that skin. And then take my serrated knife down. I'm just ever so slightly. I just want to pierce that skin with the tip of my blade, and then pull it. As you can see, pull it. Continue to pull it back. And remove that skin from that side. Just going to take the tip of our knife If you want to remove that bloodline that runs down between the two fillets, the supreme on top and the belly on the bottom, just flakes right away. Again, it's a very, very elegant preparation for a fish. It takes some time, some patience, and certainly some skill. See the tip of my knife, just the tip going right down there, just moving away any of that. You notice I have it on a little piece of paper towel here that enables me to move it around, kind of slide it back and forth, if you will. Now I'm going to go ahead, and this time I'm going to cut into the meat down to the bone. Take my top fillet, right off the bone. And there's going to be a little bit of that dorsal fin, those bones right there. Hopefully you see those. I can try to separate them right there. You see that? Want to eliminate that. And the bottom fillet the same, the belly. And you see the way that the fillet is shaped. It's nice, curved, round, natural. It's because we put the fennel and the lemon in there to support that. And slicing down. And then just going ahead and doing the same thing with the bottom fillet. Pulling that off. Okay, very gently. You see there you have the fennel in there. Now you've got your rib cage, and you can see that right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and scrape that away. Again, very gentle. Bring that over here. And you see those rib bones right there. You can just pull them out now. You can just pull them right out. You have a pair of tweezers, that works as well. They'll just come right out. Once the fish is cooked, the bones are easy to remove. And then I'm just going to trim it right here. And just remove a little bit of that belly skin if you like. No bones. Here's my fillet of bronzino, salt baked. We do the same thing to the other side. We'll remove our lemons and fennel. I'll take an opportunity to clean up again. It's still very hot. We can just start to lift the vertebrae out. We can go ahead and cut right there with our sharp French knife. And eliminate that. Continue to work. There's some more of that dorsal bone. Where we have it on this side, we want to work on our belly. Again, those rib cage bones come right out. Peel off that skin. Do our second fillet. Take a moment just to wipe down. A little bit of lemon juice. Drizzle with extra virgin olive oil. Or red pepper vinaigrette. And finally garnishing it with our beautiful caramelized fennel bulb. A little fennel frond, just to give it some color, some vibrant flavor from that fennel frond. I know it's a lot of work. It's a beautiful piece of fish, very elegant, very nutritious. Salt-baked bronzino, caramelized fennel bulb, and red pepper vinaigrette. Our sweet butter poached Maine lobster with macaroni and cheese. One of the most famous dishes at the French Rendezvous, which has proliferated around the world. This is lobster 2.0. It's an intense process, beginning with our live lobsters here with some hot water that's heavily acidulated. Creamy lobster broth. We have a beautiful Parmesan tuile, orzo to make our macaroni and cheese. My most favorite memories of lobster were a broiled lobster with a little ramekin of drawn butter, clarified butter with a lemon juice in it. When I was a young cook, the way we treated lobsters in our restaurants was we would cook them in a court bouillon, which was water that was acidulated with lemon, had some herbs in it, maybe some garlic. The prerequisite for it was 7 minutes per pound. And then we would take the lobsters out of the shell, chill them down, and then use them in our recipes throughout the evening. To me, they always tasted a little off, and off meaning they weren't that memory of lobster, broiled lobster with butter that was so fond for me. So I wanted to figure out a way to remove the lobster meat when it was still raw, so we could treat it like we do our fish. We don't pre-cook our fish or anything else before we then set it in mise en place for preparation later. We cook our fish a la minute. What came of that was our ability to kill lobsters with hot water acidulated with vinegar, just distilled vinegar of no consequence. The vinegar helps the albumin in the lobster contract, so pulling it away from the shell a little bit. Of course, the hot water does the same thing. And the result of this, we're able to remove all of our lobster meat while it's still raw, or 90% raw, okay? So here we go. This is the beginning of our butter poached lobster, which we're gonna get to a little later, but we have a lot of work to do to get there. So quickly, now we're gonna let that steep there probably for about 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. You can see the shell is already starting to turn a little bit of orange. The tail is curling under, which is normal when you cook a lobster. We're gonna remove the meat from the tail, the claws, the knuckles, which we call knuckles, which actually aren't knuckles. They're the arm that attaches to the body from the claw. And I'm gonna show you a neat little trick to pull the meat out of the legs here as well. So working quickly. I mean, we all know that our lobsters, we have to buy our lobsters live. We don't wanna ever buy our lobsters that are dead. It's just not gonna be good. We're gonna took our arm, break that down to remove the claw. I'm going to put the claw back in the water along with the what we call the knuckle. Same thing on the other side. The claw requires a little more temperature than the tail does. We can remove these are incidental, the meat that we're going to pull out of here. We're just going to keep them in the water, make sure that they come out. We want to now save the body for the purpose of making our lobster stock, which will turn into our lobster broth. This is the tamale, which we're going to remove. We don't use it, although some people do feel it's a delicacy. We're going to go ahead and remove that, as well as the gills that are around the lobster here. We want to get rid of those as well. So this will become our lobster stock, which will then turn into our lobster broth, which becomes our base for our macaroni and cheese. We're going to remove the tail. And now the lobster tail just pops right out of the shell, 90% raw. Take our pair of tweezers to remove the little intestine. And there we go. Same thing. Again, just repeating, removing the claw and the knuckle. We're going to take our legs off as well. Separating the tail from the body. And then I'm going to remove the outer shell from the body and pull the tamale off. The tamales is the pancreas and the liver. And then we're going to cut our gill cage off here as well. You can see these right here. The shells don't have a lot of flavor in them. I know some people do use the shell. It's really about the body, where all the flavor is. Now we can take our claws and our knuckles and everything else out of our hot water, and we can the claw, I want to remove the bottom by turning it back and forth. And then pulling that out. Hopefully what we want to have is that cartilage comes out with it. Take our French knife, the heel of the French knife. You want to snap that and then gently pull that claw out of there. Again, the bottom claw, we release that. And the purpose of that is trying to release that cartilage so we pull it out at the same time. The only negative part is you don't get the bottom piece of meat. No, we didn't get either one there, but there we go. Now we're going to then go ahead and take our knuckles and remove our meat from what we call a knuckle. And I'm cutting it on the backside because the backside is the softest area of that shell. Just splitting it in half. We used to do a knuckle sandwich at the French Laundry for a little canapé for some of our guests using this beautiful meat. Okay, so we'll just kind of snip off the ends, that joint. Okay, I'm gonna clean up a little bit here. So these are the legs, and I'm gonna show you something, a lot of fun. We're gonna remove the little bit of leg meat that's in here with our rolling pin. So we're just gonna trim it off here at this joint, straighten it off at that joint. Now, you saw me just do all these lobsters in hot water with my bare hands. I'm not suggesting you do with your bare hands. You know, a pair of rubber gloves may help you process the lobsters without burning your hands. Again, I'm a little used to that heat, but I just wanted to give you that little thought there so you're not trying to do it barehanded and going, wow, this is really hot, I'm burning myself. We're just gonna take a rolling pin, kind of push down on it, and watch that meat just come out of there. It's something fun, a little parlor trick. Just pressing down on the rolling pin, using the rolling pin to crush the leg and push it on up, and then that'll extract that little bit of leg meat. Okay, and there we have it. Here's our lobster carcass, which we're going to now turn into our lobster stock. Lobster broth, one of my favorites. Soups, could be a sauce, it just does wonderful things. We have cleaned our lobsters already. We have our lobster carcass now. We've rinsed them off so that they're nice and clean. We're gonna go ahead and cut them in pieces about 1 inch by 1 inch. These are Maine lobsters, of course. And a great old dear friend who's, rest in peace, Ingrid Benjes, was our lobster supplier from Stonington, Maine for years, and actually still is. Her company still lives on. We continue to get lobsters from her every day. We want to expose as much surface as possible to extract as much flavor as we can. It's really all about that lobster flavor. And again, one of the things that we love about the way we've cleaned our lobsters is the carcass, the meat is almost raw. And therefore, we can treat it in the same way we do our veal stock or our chicken stock, lamb stock. And we always start with raw bones. We never have any of that kind of pre-cooked flavor that I was so used to as a young chef. We get that nice fresh lobster. We have our sautéed, right? We're gonna add a little bit of oil. We always cook with vegetable oil, so whenever I say oil, it's always gonna be that vegetable oil. We would never use any other oil to cook with, olive oil. No, we're gonna use a high flash point oil, canola, coconut, avocado, grapeseed. These are the kind of oils that we use as our workhorse. They don't have a lot of flavor to them, which we don't want to have. They're very neutral in flavor, and of course act as that cooking vehicle. So heated our pan, we're gonna add our lobster body, or lobster, like I like to say, lobster carcass. Okay. And we're just gonna, just get these slightly cooked, not a whole lot. We have 4 lobsters here, and I can immediately smell. It almost smells like Maine. I'm gonna add our tomato, chopped tomato. our sweet carrots, our tarragon, and our water. We're going to bring that up to a simmer. I'm going to always set my stocks off center of the fire, which allows me to skim off the impurities as they start to rise. The heat pushes them to one side. So when I'm skimming, it's all the impurities are collecting on one edge. So we're gonna go ahead and let that simmer for 45 minutes, and then we're gonna strain it, reduce it to our lobster glace before we cream it out to make our lobster broth. Beautiful, our lobster stock has been simmering for 45 minutes. We've skimmed it. You can see how beautiful this is now. It's very clear. I mean, it's almost like a lobster consommé. But we're gonna go ahead and strain it. And when we strain it, we're gonna actually crush the bodies to extract even more of that lobster flavor. And of course, we wanna also crush the vegetables, which give us the sweetness, and the tomatoes, which are gonna give us that beautiful orange color that we recognize in our lobster stock. And then ultimately in our lobster broth. I wish you could smell this. Again, the aromas that I want you to be able to appreciate while you're cooking. It gives you another sense of appreciation for being a chef and being a cook, and of course, then the products that we're using. Okay, so you can see that I'm pushing through all of that, the bodies, the vegetables, the flavor from the tarragon. You can see that. Now, I'm not going to take that out because as I add more liquid, it will also filter some more of those beautiful flavors down into my lobster stock. All those wonderful juices from the vegetables and the lobster bodies. You can see how crushed up they are. That's what we want to do. All right. We're just going to discard that. We're going to strain this again through a chinois or fine mesh strainer before we put it back on the fire to reduce and prepare our lobster broth by reducing this to a lobster glace. I never push on a fine mesh strainer. Always treat them very gently. Bring that back over to our fire. And I'm gonna offset it in the same way I've done our stock. If there are any more impurities that are in the stock, we'll force them to one side to be able to skim off very easily. The reason we don't force anything through a fine mesh strainer, because they're very fragile and we don't want to rip the screen from the frame. And I've seen that happen dozens of times. Or accidentally poke a hole through the mesh. Okay, our lobster stock is reducing. We're gonna get to our final step on our butter poached Maine lobster with creamy lobster broth. We have a beautiful Parmesan tuile, orzo to make our macaroni and cheese. Mascarpone is our cheese component. But first, we're gonna make our beurre monté. So we're gonna emulsify butter to the point where it's liquid, but it's still emulsified. So beurre monté is actually emulsified butter. We're gonna make this butter here become liquid, but still maintain the properties of whole butter. In other words, it's not gonna separate. It's not gonna become clarified. We're gonna get the whey. We're not gonna get the milk solids. It will be a liquid butter. So in this form, we're gonna add a little bit of water to help us with the emulsification. And the butter is really cold, which is good. I've got a whisk here. So we're just gonna start whisking our pieces of butter into our water here. Now, sometimes you've seen beurre blanc sauces, which is a reduction of white wine vinegar, shallots, and white wine emulsified with butter. It's the same principle. It could become part of a sauce later as well, beurre monté. You can flavor it with almost anything you want. The reason we're making it is because we're actually gonna poach our lobster, finish cooking our lobster in our beurre monté. My memories of lobster was always about that beautiful broiled lobster with the drawn butter. This is the closest thing I come to having that flavor. Actually, it's even better than that flavor. We're continuously adding this while we're whisking it. There's no real rule in how much to add or when to add it. So we're gonna continue to add it as we want. We don't wanna dump this whole thing in there, obviously. We want it to be melting at the same time we're adding new cubes. We don't have to wait for each cube to melt before we add the next. You can see that there are several cubes in there at a time at different degrees of liquid. Once we've started our beurre monté, we can maintain that emulsification and add 2 pounds, 3 pounds, 4 pounds, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 20 pounds of butter to this and continue to whisk it in, and it'll maintain an emulsification as long as it does not get too hot. If it gets too hot, then of course it'll separate. In our restaurant and in most places, we're using sweet butter. We never want to use salted butter. Salted butter was actually made during World War II or before to preserve butter, to give it a longer shelf life. Today, we always want to use fresh, sweet butter. And if we want to season it, if we want to add salt or vinegar or lemon juice or anything to it, we can always do that later. And we know the quality of the salt that we're putting in the butter. So it's never a question of buying salted butter or not. We just don't consider it as something that's appropriate for what we're doing in our kitchens. We're almost there. I'm turning it down a little bit. Now, the trick to this is to maintain the consistent temperature while your lobsters are cooking. Just gonna add a little more water. One thing here which we have to understand is it's a very luxurious dish. We've put a whole pound of butter in here. In our restaurant, we would continue to probably put 19 more pounds of butter in there to be able to use for our service for lobster that night. I'm gonna add a little more water to give me a little more volume without using more butter because I wanna be considerate of the cost of our ingredients for all of us at home. I'm gonna season it aggressively because this is what's gonna season our lobsters. It is salty. It's at a beautiful temperature right now. I'm gonna go ahead and switch the burner on this and put it up front and go ahead and put our lobsters into our beurre monté to begin cooking, or poaching, as we call it, poaching in beurre monté. Or, as we all know, butter poached lobster. Remember, we have our lobster here. It's about 10% cooked. We've got our claws. We'll go ahead and add them to our beurre monté. Our claws will lie in there. We've trimmed them a little bit, so we made them a little more aesthetically appealing by trimming some of the shards that we pull them out of the claw. We've also trimmed our lobster tail just slightly so it can sit flat. We're gonna go ahead and do our orzo. This is our creamy lobster broth. I know when I say broth, most of us think of something that's clear, but we've taken our lobster broth, reduced it to a lobster glass, and added cream to it, so we call it a creamy lobster broth. We heat that. We're maintaining a temperature on this without boiling it. Moving our lobster around a little bit in there. I'm not necessarily tasting as much as I'm getting the temperature of it. The most sensitive part of your body for temperature are your lips, your tongue. So that's why I'm tasting it, making sure that I've got that right temperature, doesn't get too hot. I'm also watching it very carefully because I never want to see it start to simmer. If it does start to simmer though, just put a little water in there. It'll cool it down right away. Okay, so we're gonna reduce this. We're gonna be cooking that in our butter. We've got our orzo here, which we blanched off, and of course, our mascarpone cheese, some snip chives to finish the dish with, give it that little bit of sharpness from something that comes from the onion family. A couple more minutes here. Okay. We'll go ahead and add our orzo now. Our creamy lobster broth. You could use any pasta you like. We like orzo because of the size, because of the way it plates. It's easy to keep it focused in a specific area on your plate. There's no reason why you couldn't use elbow macaroni or even spaghetti if you wanted to. Remember, we call it macaroni and cheese, but we're not really using macaroni. We are using orzo. I'm gonna add my mascarpone cheese. Remember, because we are cooking our pasta in our broth, our creamy lobster broth, we only want it done about a third of the way so that we can continue to cook it in the broth and thus the orzo itself really capturing and absorbing the flavor of the lobster broth. Again, this is a very, very luxurious, very rich dish. You want to be careful. You don't really want to do this too far ahead of time. As you know, the longer it sits, the more that pasta is going to absorb that lobster broth. So you want to be able to cook it, add your orzo, finish cooking it in the broth, and then serve it. The starch in the orzo, as it continues to cook, really tightens up that lobster broth. Beautiful. I'm just feeling them. It's interesting, lobsters are very, very difficult to cook. So you really have to kind of work with it and understand it. If it's overcooked, It's a little tough. If it's undercooked, it's a little tough. It's a protein that wants to be just barely opaque in the center. So I'm feeling it for the density. Now you can see that right there. So this one I can feel is beautiful. So I am just barely pressing it and feeling the resistance in that, in the tension of the meat. This one's just slightly bigger. It's a little more underdone than this one, if you could see. So I'll just drop that back in for another moment. Okay, I think we're there. Reheat that slightly. My chives. Mix them up. Now you see that, it's almost like a risotto. A little creamier than what risotto would be. That's what we really are kind of looking for. I'm gonna go ahead and drain my lobster tail. And 2 claws. Season them tightly. Beautiful. We're just gonna add a Parmesan tuile. Again, remember this is macaroni and cheese. We made these in our first MasterClass, as you remember, so there we go. Lobster macaroni and cheese. My older brother Joseph was really my first mentor. And shrimp scampi was something we made all the time. I was really proud to be able to follow his mentorship and make shrimp scampi every night. It was a beautiful thing. Just simple, broiled, compound butter, lemon juice, parsley, garlic, really good. I'm gonna show you how to do a couple things here. First, we're gonna start with some roasted garlic. When we roast garlic, it comes very sweet. Doesn't have that pungent acidity that raw garlic has, although we're gonna use both raw and roasted to give it the sweetness of the roasted and that spiciness of the raw. Very simple. We take 6 heads of garlic. We just take off a little bit of the top, put them in a foil, a little bit of salt, then some of our basic vegetable oil, drizzle, not too much. And then just make a papillote or a package. We'll seal it, we'll fold it a couple times here at the edge. And this is going to, is it called roasted or is it steaming? It's roasting and steaming. Bring the edges in. Edges in. There we go. 350 degrees, 45 minutes at least. We have our beautiful roasted garlic here. You can see how it has caramelized and crusted itself against the foil. There's a lot of sugar there. So we just take our garlic. We have our drum sieve here. We're going to pass it through the sieve to remove any of the little paper maybe that be stuck to it to get a beautiful roasted garlic puree. And we're just going to squeeze it. Squeeze, squeeze. All that beautiful garlic out of there. I'm happy with that. Now this is a great condiment to have. You can make this in abundance and put it in your refrigerator. It'll last for at least a week or two. Go ahead with our bench scraper. We love these. We always carry these around in our kitchens. And that's how easy it goes right through there. You see that? Okay. There we have it pass through. Any of the garlic paper won't pass through. So what you have here is just a beautiful puree. And you can use that for a lot of different things, making vinaigrettes, making sauces. It's just really a wonderful condiment to have available to you. The roasted garlic has a nice sweet garlic flavor. You still taste the garlic, really prominent. It doesn't have that spice, that heat that we're used to on raw garlic. We have our butter here. We've talked about that, beurre pommade, or butter that we let soften to almost a mayonnaise consistency. We're gonna go ahead and grate some raw garlic in there. We want to have a little bit of raw garlic in there. So we like that heat a little bit, but not too much. The recipe is going to be in our workbook, so not to be concerned about that. I love using these rasp graters for this. The only thing that ends up smelling like garlic is your fingers. You can see how fine it is. You'll never get it that fine. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a challenge for most chefs. They would then chop it that fine and show it to me. It'll take you a while to get it that fine with a knife, put it that way. So just the only challenge is getting all that garlic out of there. But you always grate a little more than you need because you always have a little wasted. And then we add our roasted garlic paste. Now, this may be very personal for you. You may want more raw garlic or more roasted garlic. Mix that up. Get our parsley in there, chopped parsley. This is a chopped Italian parsley. Salt. Remember, our butters are always sweet. In other words, they're unsalted. We never use salted butter. We'll go ahead and put it all in there. And then a little bit of lemon juice. Make sure I remove those seeds. I never squeeze really hard. I'll squeeze gently, as there are certainly more seeds in there, and I want to be able to see them as they become evident. Yes. I get a little hint of raw garlic, the sweetness of the roasted. Here we have our scampi butter, roasted garlic, raw garlic, chopped Italian parsley, salt, and lemon juice. I'm going to show you something we didn't have when I was at the Palm Beach Yacht Club, but something that's beautiful. It adds flavor in any way you want, whether it's to fish or poultry. In this case, we're going to use it on our shrimp scampi. And that is going to be a lemon salt. Grate with my rasp grater, just the skin of a clean lemon, and grate it right into the salt. You see how lightly I'm grating. It's almost just, you can just go once over that area, move it, turn it one more time. It's just very gentle, not putting a lot of pressure. See, as I'm going around, barely removing just that very, very first part of the surface of the skin. We've done this with oranges, limes, grapefruit. Of course, the salt will almost immediately pull all of the moisture out of the little bit of lemon zest that I'm putting in here. Evaporate. The salt will become flavored with the lemon zest, and you'll have lemon salt. And here we go. We'll just go ahead, mix that in there. Maybe you can see it. There you go. Lemon salt. Now we have all of our basics for our shrimp scampi. We have some beautiful shrimp here. We're going to go ahead and broil them with our compound butter. Finish it with our beautiful lemon salt and a squeeze of fresh lemon juice. So at Bouchon, we make compound butters every day. The most versatile one that we make there is a butter called Maître d'Hôtel, which is a butter much like our scampi butter here, except it doesn't have the garlic in it. It's just sweet butter, salt, parsley, and lemon juice. And we roll those into a log of a specific diameter, and every steak frite that's served has a little ruelle of compound butter on it. Take a little bit of film. I'm gonna go ahead and have that surface there. We'll fold over a little bit on the edge and go ahead and place the amount of butter I want. Now, the diameter is really up to you, depending on what you're using it for. So I folded it so that when I unwrap it, I see there's a place for me to start. Because it's doubled over, it actually is very evident. I'm gonna go ahead and make my first fold over. And this is where I'm going to form the diameter. Bring it back into itself. Hopefully you can see that. Let's see if I can do it with this hand. Just holding it and pushing it, compressing it. Again, compressing it in plastic is what we're doing, okay? I get to the diameter that I'm happy with. I'm gonna go fold again and just roll it into itself, putting a light amount of pressure on here. and then stretching. And that's very important, that stretch. And then go ahead, as I'm stretching, now I'm going to twist. And there we go. You can see, I'm gonna go ahead and tie it, and I'll show you how firm that gets. And when I tie it, bring it in, and I'm gonna pull as I'm pushing. The other end. And you can see how tight that is. Nice and compressed. Again, pull and push. There we go. We have our butter ready to broil our scampi with. And just to show you where I folded it over, you can see, and it becomes evident. So you can start to grab it there. When you cut it in portions, you'll be able to pull that off and see that. We're gonna go ahead and put this in the refrigerator and get it firm, and we'll come back and make our scampi. We're gonna finish our shrimp scampi. We'll take a little bit of our vegetable oil, just a drop or two. The bottom of our gratin dish. Then just sprinkle some breadcrumbs in there. Just to give it a little support, a little base for your shrimp. And we're gonna butterfly our shrimp and set them right on top. And what I'm doing is I'm just taking my deveined shrimp, cleaned, my knife, laying it on the side, putting light pressure, and just going down. Opening it up, wrapping it into itself, and setting it in. Take my knife, right down where the vein is, take it right down, almost to where the shell of the tail begins. Fold it into itself. Again, same thing. Continue until you've filled your gratin dish. We would have dozens of these made ahead of time in our refrigerator, covered with plastic wrap and just ready to go into the broiler. Okay, so we want to keep all of our meat exposed so that as it's broiling, it's cooking it evenly. And just cut our rounds of butter. I'm just gonna sprinkle a few breadcrumbs on top of that. Not much, just a little bit. Go ahead and put it on my sheet pan and cook it underneath the broiler. It goes very quickly. I'm already seeing the tip of the tail starting to get really dark from the broiler. My butter is melted, the shrimp are cooking, the breadcrumbs are crisping up a little bit. Just momentarily, we'll be ready to go. Okay, we're gonna pull it out and see how quick that was. Again, the aroma's coming off of that. Sizzling. The raw garlic, the sweet garlic, the toasted breadcrumbs. And finish it with a little bit of our lemon salt. I love to cook it this way. This is the way I was taught. My brother, the memory of it, nostalgic of it. But there are quicker ways. You can take your shrimp, you can take your butter, saute it quickly in a saute pan and finish it with breadcrumbs. Perfectly okay. Squeeze a little bit of lemon on it, you're ready to go. Whether it's in a gratin dish or in a saute pan, however you want to do it, make it yours. Shrimp scampi, ready to eat. Lobster boil. It's a wonderful way to celebrate a summer evening, going from sunlight to dusk to dark. Friends around the table just picking at lobsters and shrimps and potatoes and corn and onions, usually eating with my fingers. One of my fondest memories is being on the beach with my brother Joseph and Nantucket and making a lobster boil. We'd have a big propane burner out there, a humongous stock pot with a big strainer in it. We'd have vegetables galore, whether they were onions, potatoes, carrots, I mean, whatever we could find in our market. Of course, we'd have summer corn, and then this beautiful array of seafood, whether it was clams, mussels, shrimp, lobsters, whatever we could find to throw in a lobster boil would be great. We'd also have andouille sausage, which is something very traditional to put in a lobster boil. Andouille sausage is a sausage from the South, from New Orleans, kind of French, Cajun, if you will. It's a little spicy. So these were some of the main ingredients that would be in our lobster boil. And then what's a lobster boil without bay seasoning? We grew up in Maryland with blue crabs, and this was really what made blue crabs blue crabs. So I've got my large stock pot here. It has a strainer inside of it. I've already put my potatoes and onions in there. I always like to bring the vegetables up from cold water. So if I was going to have carrots in there, they'd be there as well. Any root vegetable would be in there at this time. Right now we have our big boiler onions in there and our beautiful potatoes. So they've already started cooking, and they're going to take the longest. So one of the important things about a lobster boil is timing, when to put the ingredients in there so they don't get overcooked. That's really, really critical. We're going to go ahead and season this with our bay seasoning. And how much do you use? It's all personal. How much do you like it? I like quite a bit, so I'll probably put in this amount, maybe a quarter cup to a third of a cup. And that aroma, as soon as it hits that heat, you get that spiciness, that aromas of whatever they put in our bay seasoning. Obviously a secret. Peppers, sweet peppers, chili peppers, different spices. Okay. Some lemons. I'm going to squeeze each one of them as I put it in to get that lemon juice out of there. And then we'll leave them in as well. So the rind also perfumes this liquid. Now, it'll come up and down in temperature. Again, it's best to have this on an extremely robust burner so that you're not waiting too long to bring it up to a boil. They don't call it a lobster boil for nothing. Of course, our herbs here, we have bay leaf, thyme, parsley, and we've wrapped this around leek, so it's a very kind of rustic bouquet garni. That goes in there. Some garlic, just cut in half. Want to be able to see that when we're done, but some of this garlic cloves will fall apart and they'll cook as well. And when you find one in your finished lobster boil, you'll be delighted. And then, of course, salt. We want this to taste like seawater, where all of our ingredients come from, except our sausage and our vegetables. So right now I'm smelling the lemon, I'm smelling the bay seasoning kind of separately. And as this cooks, it starts to mature and flavor together. It'll become a different aroma. We're gonna let that come up to a boil. We got a nice simmer going on there. I'm gonna bring over my my platter of beautiful seafood here to get ready. I'm gonna add a little vinegar. Remember that vinegar is gonna help the setting of the protein in our lobster and eventually our shrimp as well. But also vinegar enhances flavor. We'll go ahead and put my sausage in. The sausage, which are already cooked, are now going to perfume our boil as well. Start to get a little bit of that protein flavor and aroma that, again, is associated so much with this feast. We never make a lobster boil just for 2 or 4 people. It's always going to be for 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. The bigger the pot, the bigger the party. The bigger the party, the more fun we're having. We've just added our andouille sausage. Now we're going to test our onions and potatoes because that's going to be the true barometer when we're going to start adding our other shellfish. There's real critical timing issues that we want to maintain with the shellfish because we don't want to undercook or overcook it. So we want everything else to be ready by the time that begins. And so our potatoes and onions are important. So the onion, boiler, I can just pierce it without resistance. The small potato still has a little bit of resistance. So leave those in for another maybe 10 minutes before I start to add my more delicate shellfish. I see a lot of steam escaping out of our steam vent here, so I can imagine we're pretty close to a good simmer or maybe even a boil. So let me open that up. Oh, yeah. And again, now I'm starting to smell a lot of different aromas going on here. The sausage has added a richness to it in the aroma, and I can see the sausage floating on top. We've scored them, by the way, just to give them a little more opportunity to be seasoned internally with the lobster boil liquid. And if you can see that, just some beautiful things going on there already. Okay, so now it's gonna pick up in pace here. We're gonna drop our lobsters in and put a timer on for about 10 minutes. At the same time, we're gonna drop our corn in about 3 minutes later, and then we'll bring our shrimp into play, and then finally our clams into play. So within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're done. Push them down. Totally submerged. Back on top. Corn will be next. All right, the lobster's been in it for 3 minutes approximately. A nice little, it's not simmering quite yet, but those lobsters were cold, so it certainly reduced that temperature down quite a bit. But that's all right, they're still cooking at a very nice temperature. We're gonna add our corn. Corn doesn't take very long to cook at all. We cover that up quickly. Give you a little mix there. See those lobsters, see the andouille, the corn now, the aromas. It's so thick with food that it's hard to pull my strainer out. As soon as that has a waft of a simmer, then I'm gonna add my shrimp and my clams. That should be about the last 5 minutes. Always keep an eye on your steam vent there for indication, so you're not opening and closing it all the time. Okay, so I can start to see some steam coming out of my vent there. I can feel, the senses that we're using, in this case, sight and feel. I can feel the heat coming up against the lid of the pot here. Okay, so I think we're up to a good boil here. Yeah, see that beautiful simmer going on? It's not a rapid boil, but you can see where we've got a boil going on. That's really good. We're gonna add our shrimp and our clams now, and that'll be the final part of our lobster boil. It'll take about another 4 to 5 minutes, depending on the size of the shrimp and the size of the clams, of course. The clam, the liquid from the clams is going to come out. I mean, the aromas here are just fabulous. What I like to do is take some of that cooking liquid, keep it hot, put it in a large bowl so we can continue to use it during our lobster boil, during our feast. Push those down. Cover it back on, and we're just about there. Ready to have a great time? There's beer on the table. It's a summer's night eve, and we're gonna have a Maine lobster boil. We get some of this beautiful cooking liquid out of here. And again, depending on how many people you can have several of these bowls. We've got clarified butter. We've got more lemons on the table. We've got salt. We've got mallets. We've got nutcrackers. Yeah, whatever you want. Lobster bibs. The whole 9 yards. Oh, just the aroma of that is just fantastic. Now what I'm gonna do, because I can't lift this up like this without hurting myself, I'm gonna go ahead and get some help and put this down lower so when I lift up my basket, I can let it strain without breaking my back. Okay, here we go. Oh, whew. So always be careful. Hot water, hot food. I know we get excited and we want to just jump in there, but I always want you to hesitate before you do things, okay? Just a little bit, all right? So I'm gonna start just by shaking and dragging. A little salt, as always. Dig in. Welcome to sous vide. This is something maybe you have many questions about. Hopefully I'll be able to answer them and give you some confidence to be able to cook some things at home in sous vide, but also understand when you're in a restaurant and they tell you it's cooked sous vide, you understand how it's prepared. There's a misconception for most people that sous vide cooking is convenient. It's not convenient from a time point of view in this environment at this specific temperature. But the flavors are going to be much more intense cooking sous vide. What is sous vide? Sous vide is about a machine that is vacuum packing. It's removing all of the oxygen from a bag. It's not a new technique. This is a technique that's over 70 years old, one that was developed for preservation of food. Coffee was a good example. Turkeys was another one. Maybe you've heard of it as cryovac, and that's something that we're kind of all familiar with. We see in our grocery stores products that are sous vide all the time, from deli meat to boil in a bag vegetables. Let me just go through some things, because the word sous vide cooking in and of itself is a misnomer. We think about cooking, sous vide cooking is really related to the immersion circulator here. Or what I've always said, all cooking, regardless, is about time and temperature. The great thing about sous vide cooking, or this type of cooking with an immersion circulator, is precision. You see here, there's a temperature on here, it's in Celsius. It'll maintain this water bath at that temperature indefinitely until the electricity either runs out or the machine breaks down. The water is circulating, and certainly we know that water conducts heat more evenly than anything else. So being able to cook something in a water bath at a specific temperature gives us that precision cooking. But it's still about time and temperature. We want to have to make sure that the interior, the middle of whatever we're cooking, reaches the 57 degrees Celsius, and then we can take it out. We know that it is exactly at 57 degrees Celsius, which is about medium rare if we're cooking lamb or beef or another red meat. Now, we have to be very, very careful, because remember, I talked about safety, and safety is key. Safety is key here. We want to make sure that our food is really cold, that we're going to put in our sous vide machine if we're going to sous vide it. It's really cold, that our hands are really clean, using gloves, I would suggest in this case, that we're not touching the interior of the bag with anything that could create bacteria, and that the edge of the bag, when we seal it, is perfectly sealed. We have 2 vacuum packing machines here. One is for the retail market, for the consumer at home. It's relatively inexpensive. It does a decent job in removing oxygen. This is some potatoes that I've run through this machine, and you can still see there's air in there, which is the basic problem, because once I put this in my immersion circulator, in my hot water to cook my potatoes, if I'm going to cook them in this bag, that air is going to expand, the potatoes will float to the top, and therefore we're not getting an even cooking. This is another example of something that has moisture in it. This is a piece of watermelon. We just wanted to give you an example, because the machine, once the machine starts to evacuate or draw out the air, as soon as the moisture hits the machine sensors, it shuts down and seals the bag. And of course, you can see here, there is a lot of air in there. And that's just not what we want. We don't want air if we're going to use for storage and or for cooking, especially for cooking. I'm going to show you 3 things here. We have a watermelon, a piece of short rib, and we have carrots. The carrots and the beef will be cooked at specific temperatures for specific amounts of time. And the watermelon, we're just going to compress. I'll show you how we compress watermelons or fruits. Dealing with our commercial bags, we want to be careful in how we handle them. We'd always fold our bags to place our ingredients inside. The problem with that as you can see, we've damaged the plastic on the bag, which would potentially prevent it from sealing completely. And that seal is critical. So we don't do that anymore. What we do is we want to make sure that we're working safely. So this is the one time that I'll use gloves, making sure that they're fresh gloves and I'm only using them once. In other words, I'm not doing more than one technique with it, or one ingredient for that matter. We have our carrots. We'll go ahead and just kind of place that. So I'm just taking the bottom half of the bag and placing it right there, which allows me to hold the bag with my fingers and then go ahead and drop my carrots in. Okay. And there we go. Now, there's no moisture up here, which is good because, again, if we had moisture up here from our ingredients, that would also potentially prevent the seal. Lay them in the cavity of our sous vide machine. Make sure that my edge is right there, and go ahead and begin. I check the seal, nice seal, no air. There we have our carrots ready to be cooked. I'm gonna go ahead and do a protein where we could either slow cook this in low heat or a higher heat with a shorter period of time. So we have a flexibility here with our time and temperature. Typically, conventionally, when we cook, our temperatures are much, much, much higher. And this is where the skill really becomes very important for chefs, is to be able to cook, to be able to glaze carrots on top of a stove at a very high temperature, over 212 degrees, and know when they're done, having just the right amount of liquid, the right amount of salt, the right amount of sugar, the right amount of butter, so that when the carrots are completely cooked, in other words, don't have any resistance, they're perfectly glazed. That takes a lot of skill. Doing this removes that skill, but gives you a consistent product. So we understand that. And something I always caution our young chefs on, or all chefs, is that as wonderful as sous vide cooking is, if we only employ sous vide cooking in our kitchens, then we're gonna lose those basic skills of how to be a cook. Remember, roasting in an oven, we're roasting at 350, 375, 400, 425. And of course, the internal temperature, we'd never want it to reach that 425 or 350 degrees. The skill that we must employ is the ability to understand when to take that protein out of the oven so that it has a period of time in the resting to reach the internal temperature that it needs to be. So we're actually taking a roast out of the oven before it reaches the internal temperature, and the carryover reaches that internal temperature. That takes a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge, and an enormous amount of practice. The same thing with a piece of fish on the stovetop. You need to understand when that salmon's gonna be medium rare. You need to take it out just before it's medium rare so that, again, the carryover temperature, that high temperature, is carried over to make sure that the internal temperature that we're trying to reach is maintained, or that internal temperature is reached. It's a complicated process, but one that takes a lot of that guesswork out of internal temperature, but diminishes our ability to learn the skills that we need to learn as young chefs or as chefs. Okay, so a fresh pair of gloves. We have our short rib here, and again, I know it's been sitting here for a few minutes, but let's assume that it just came out of the refrigerator. It's ice cold. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and season it. Again, our seasoning way above, letting it rain down. And then we'll get our bag, open it up. Going to place that beef inside. Okay. Take off my gloves because these do have moisture on it. I don't want to get that moisture in there. And then we'll go ahead and once again, check our seal, making sure that it is completely sealed. And there's our short rib. Now, the amount of ingredients that you can put in a bag relates to, of course, the size of the bag. Could we have put a few more carrots in here? Certainly. Could we have oriented our short rib going sideways and put 2 in here? Certainly. So the bags do cost, so we want to make sure that we're being efficient in the way we use our bags. So just want to bring that up so that you can understand that as I'm sous videing or as I'm cryovacuuming, I'm showing you the technique, not necessarily the efficiency of how many pieces or how much we can fill our bags. The last one that I want to show you is a lot of fun, and this is about compression. I want to show you how to compress fruits and vegetables, and we're going to use a piece of watermelon, which is very porous, has a lot of air in the interior. And it's fun and very interesting in the way that it looks after all of that air is pulled out and the flesh is compressed. So again, the same thing. Now, compression, just so you understand, is something that we're not going to store in the bag. We're going to compress this watermelon, open the bag, and use it. So it's not about storage. It's not about cooking. It's simply about using our sous vide machine or our cryovac machine to draw the air out and compress the fruit, giving it a more intense flavor and certainly a much more intense color. Is it important to use gloves with compressing? Not necessarily, because we're going to take it out of the bag immediately. But I just want to show you that just to be safe. Continue safety. Go ahead and take it out, achieve what we want to achieve. You can see the difference in size, the difference in density, and of course, by removing all the air from this porous watermelon, we have intensified the flavor. There's quite a bit more to tell you. There's quite a bit more to learn. I would recommend that you buy one of the several books that are out there on sous vide cooking. You can explore even deeper. Certainly there's a lot of information online at different companies that make the equipment that you can buy. You can find out so much more about sous vide cooking, almost too much, that'll kind of scare you. That said, I hope that I've given you a foundation of understanding for you to be able to at least explore what you want to be able to do, whether it's investing in the technology equipment or just trying it with a pot of water and a thermometer and some ice and plastic wrap. It gives you an opportunity to really have fun and extend your cooking capabilities to an area where you maybe not have tried before. But remember, always remember, safety first, safety, safety, safety. And then cooking, no matter if it's braising, boiling, oven roasting, pan roasting, sous vide cooking, it's all about time and temperature. We're going to go into some vegetable cookery where I have 3 different vegetables here. we have an oblique cut carrot. And if you remember, an oblique cut is cut on angles. And in our bag of carrots here, we have a little bit of butter. We've tossed it with sugar, a little bit of salt. We're gonna go ahead and put that in our water bath. Now we have it at 85 degrees. We find that 85 degrees is the perfect temperature for all vegetables. I'm not talking about time, I'm talking about temperature here. So 85 degrees Celsius is the perfect temperature for all vegetables. If it's less than 83 degrees, the fiber just won't break down. You could have it in an immersion circulator at 82 or 83 degrees from here until doomsday, and it's still gonna be firm. We have some fennel bulb here, which we're going to glaze. In here, we have a little bit of olive oil. We have a piece of garlic and a small piece of thyme. Now, when you're cooking with aromats, you don't have to use as much because it's in an enclosed bag. The aromats are intensified, so the thyme and the garlic will be intensified in here. If we were cooking this conventionally, we may use 2 or 3 sprigs of thyme, 2 or 3 cloves of garlic. But because we're in an enclosed environment, the intensification of those 2 flavors will be much more present in our finished vegetables, our finished fennel. We're going to put those in. Here I have some white asparagus. White asparagus is something we find in the springtime. We love it, but it does have a little bitterness to it. So in here, we have our white asparagus that you can see, and again, we have liquid in here. So there's no air in here, although it appears to be, certainly the liquid is taking up space, but there's still no air in it, so it will submerge all the way. In here, we have some milk, which pulls a little bit of the bitterness out of the asparagus, as well as adds a little bit of sweetness to it, a little bit of salt, and a little bit of sugar. We can put those right in here as well. So you can see we can cook all of our vegetables in the same temperature, in the same water bath. Now, how long will they cook? Each vegetable is a little different. The carrot and the asparagus are made up of a different cell structure. So the carrots are very dense, where the asparagus is very porous. The fennel is dense, but has a lot of space between each leaf. So each one will take a different amount of time. I want to direct you to our workbook, where there's a lot of information about time on different ingredients, as well as temperatures. Here we have our 3 vegetables, which we've cooked in our water bath. These 2 are about 45 minutes, and this one was just slightly longer. I've reheated these, and this I'm starting out cold. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and glaze my carrots, caramelize my fennel, and my asparagus I'm just going to drain, and we can serve with a little bit of fresh butter and salt right away. I wanna say that this cooked gives you an opportunity to cook them ahead of time, a day or 2 ahead of time, and keep them in your bags. One thing that we always talk about is food safety, food safety, food safety. There are specific temperatures that we want to adhere to make sure that we're serving nutritious and safe food without any foodborne illness. Again, in our workbook, there is a lot of information about safety, certainly cooking with sous vide, but also with any food. There are temperatures which are extremely dangerous in any food. So we want to be careful and make sure that we understand time and temperature as it relates to foodborne illness, as much as we want to understand time and temperatures as it relates to cooking something. I can't stress that enough. Okay? We'll go ahead and get started just quickly here to caramelize some fennel right out of the bag, and it's cold. We're going to continue glazing our carrots. So what we did was reheated our carrots, and all that liquid that's in there, we want to add to our pot. We'll open that up. And the aroma is just this, very intense carrots. We've got that liquid there that we want to evaporate. There's sugar in there from the sugar that we added, as well as some natural sugar that's been extracted from the carrots. And then the fennel bulb, again, we're starting that out. It's cold, came right out of the refrigerator. Just breaking that seal, even after I cut it, sometimes is a little difficult. That's how thorough a commercial vacuum machine pulls that air out. You can see how beautifully white our fennel bulb is. And put a little bit of oil. And this is just a vegetable oil. You could eat these just like this. You don't have to caramelize them. If you like your fennel, you could just reheat it. Or, I mean, fennel is beautiful cold as well in a salad. And then our asparagus, and it's hot. I pulled it out of here just moments ago. Go ahead and drain it. Nice and hot. And we can go ahead and just serve them immediately right out of the heat. Now, you do not need this equipment to reheat your vegetables. You can just reheat them in a pot of hot water. I've set this up to show you how to place our vegetables in to cook. And you see they're all below the surface, which is a clear indication that there is no air in any of those bags. And that's what you want to watch for. If your bags are floating to the top in any kind of system that you're using, then the air evacuation has not been complete. Very tender, the white asparagus are. And we could just a little fresh butter right on top of those. A little bit of Malden salt, and that's about really all they need. Okay? Carrots are, they're cooked, they're completely cooked. I'm just glazing them, reducing that liquid, the natural liquid that's come out of the carrots, to a glaze to make those carrots beautifully shiny. You can see how simple that is. The intensity of the aromas are so much more than when we cook them conventionally. All that flavor is evaporated when we're cooking them more conventionally. You can see that getting really shiny. The liquid's almost gone. Carrots completely cooked. There we go. Our beautiful glazed carrots. Again, the convenience of sous vide cooking is in the ability to prepare it ahead of time and store it. Not necessarily the cooking time. I could cook these carrots much quicker conventionally than I can cook them in sous vide. Beautiful caramelized fennel. a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And again, just a little bit of salt. Here we have it. 3 different preparations with 3 different vegetables, all cooked to 85 degrees Celsius in our immersion circulator in our water bath. Now we have our immersion circulator, which is maintaining a constant temperature, as well as circulating the water. We know that water is the best conductor of heat. So as the water is circulating, it's going through the pump, heating it to 57 degrees Celsius. We were cooking a piece of turbot, which is a beautiful, flat, white fish, traditionally caught in the Northern Sea, something that's a very highly prized fish. This fish can be almost any fish that you like. Turbot is what we've chosen today. So it's been cooking for about 6 minutes. It's a relatively thin fillet, so we know that this size fillet at this temperature is going to cook in approximately 6 minutes. We've cooked it with a little bit of butter and a sprig of tarragon, as you can see. Now, the thickness of the fish really defines the length of time that it cooks. In other words, this fillet could be this long and the same thickness, and it would still take the 6 minutes to cook. Once again, there's a lot of information about time and temperature as it relates to different pieces of proteins that are going to be available in our workbook. So we're just going to quickly have our turbot. In the meantime, I'm going to make a classic petit pois à la française, which is springtime. So we have beautiful spring peas. We have our sauce supreme, which is a chicken velouté enriched with cream. That's the basis for the petit pois. We have our young peas. These peas have been big pot blanched, and something we've done in our first MasterClass. Beautiful pearl onions, cooked sous vide. Some applewood smoked bacon, cut into dice and blanched. And then a little chiffonade of lettuce. This is romaine lettuce. And you just put that in at the very end, so it more or less wilts. Smells beautiful. Check the seasoning. Adjust it. Add just a drop of butter. And you see how that lettuce has just wilted there? In the meantime, I'm going to take a little more sauce supreme. Drain my turbot. Beautiful. I'm just gonna glaze. So for those of you who are wondering how we do this in a restaurant, this is exactly what we do. Go ahead and just put some of our garnish in our bowl. A very elegant, luxurious dish. Little pieces of chervil, just to give it some finishing touches and elegance. Or a couple of flakes of our finishing salt. And there we have it. Poached turbot, sous vide, 57 degrees, petit pois à la française. As I promised, I want to show you a technique that doesn't require any of the equipment that we use in our restaurants. In fact, when we first started doing sous vide, which we really called slow cooking, we didn't have any of the equipment. And I remember one of the first things I did was in our plate warmer, which is around 140 degrees, 130 degrees, between 130 and 140 degrees in our plate warmer, I would put a cocotte with a lid on it, milk, and a chicken breast, and leave that sitting in there for 45 minutes. By the time I was ready to pick that up for the first meat course in our menu, French Laundry, that chicken would be poached perfectly in milk. Tender, succulent, juicy. That was slow cooking. As we started to become more knowledgeable about sous vide cooking through Bruno Gosso, the father of sous vide cooking today, we started using all the equipment that we have. But in the evolution at our restaurants, we went from milk poached chicken breast to wrapping or compressing our salmon or duck breast in a plastic wrap. And I'm going to show you how to do that and be able to cook it in a pot of hot water with a thermometer and maintain a specific temperature within a degree or so. So it's not precise. It's not as precise as the immersion circulator, but it doesn't require all that equipment. So we have our salmon here. It's about 6-ounce piece of salmon. And again, you see that beautiful, what I always look for is this beautiful fat that's in our salmon. We're going to take a piece of kitchen film, bring it down, adhere it to our table surface here. I'm just going to slice across the top, nice and evenly. And then we want to fold a little fold here, which when we cook it, you'll see why that's important. That'll give us a visual clue, which is obvious where the film are attached together. A piece of salmon, we're going to go ahead and season it. A little bit of salt, that's really it. If you really want to, you can grate some lemon zest on it, put a piece of herb in there, but be careful because wherever those herbs touch our protein, it's going to intensify the flavor of whatever you're putting on top of it. Bring that over and then compress it. So hopefully you can see that. I'm compressing it into the film, kind of stretching the film, and then beginning to roll it. With putting pressure as I'm rolling it to keep it pulled in, stretching the film, compressing, stretching the film, compressing. So that's what we continue to do that, right? You can see how nice and tight it is. See how nice and tight that is? Compress, pull, wrap. Now we're done there. Now I'm stretching the film. I'm actually stretching the film like a rubber band and then twisting. Stretching and twisting. Then making a knot in the film and pushing it. So this is important. I'm pushing into the flesh of the meat and pulling to make sure that knot goes right up against the salmon there. Okay, you see that? Oh, how it pulled, cinched right in there. The other side the same. Again, one more time. I'm gonna push, push, and pull. Push and pull, okay? Making it really tight. So there we have a compressed piece of salmon in kitchen film. And right here, you can see that right there, where I doubled it over in the beginning, it becomes evident. So when I'm unwrapping it, I'm not searching for where that end is. I know I can see it right there. Now finally, to make sure there's no air in here, I just want to poke, because we have air, little air pockets here. Just take the tip of a knife or a cake tester. See? Watch. You may not be able to see that, but the air immediately evacuated. Okay? Remember, it's under compression, right? In the same way that we have it on our machine, I put it under compression, of course not as tight, but so as soon as I penetrated the plastic wrap or the film, the air came out. Okay, so I feel comfortable that I have a very solid seal there that I'm now able to put into my hot water bath here and cook. It's at 66 degrees here. So it's supposed to be at 61. So how do we maintain that temperature? So we can just have some ice on hand. Add ice. Turn the water down. Okay. 63. So we always deal in metric. We deal in temperature in Celsius, in volume, as well as weight. Okay, so now I'm going to drop this. It's at 62 degrees. I'm going to go ahead and drop my salmon in there. Now notice, where is the salmon? It's at the bottom of the pot, which means there's no air in that wrap. And that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to do. It's the same way that we talked about our immersion circulator and our bath of water. The vegetables, the protein have to drop to the bottom so that there's no air in there. So it signifies there's no air in there. And this is exactly what's happened with this. It dropped right to the bottom. It's perfect. So when I compressed it and then I lightly pierced it, all the air came out, enabling it to fall to the bottom. We're at 62 degrees. We're going to time that for 18 minutes, and we should be there. In the meantime, I've made a béarnaise sauce, which is going to go beautiful with our salmon. The béarnaise sauce we did in our first MasterClass. And then, of course, our asparagus that we cooked earlier in sous vide. We've chilled them down. I'm going to go ahead and glaze them with just a little bit of water and some butter. I'll finish it with a little salt. And we're going to have a beautiful dish. We're using a sous vide technique, which I believe you can accomplish very easily at home. So perfect, we maintained somewhere between 60, 62 degrees. Right now it's reading 61. Of course, the difference between cooking a sous vide like this and the immersion circulator is the immersion circulator you can program to a specific temperature. You don't have to watch it. It's just going to maintain that temperature. Here, which is more of an elementary way of cooking sous vide, you kind of have to keep an eye on it, adjusting the heat, whether it's increasing the heat through the fire or decreasing the heat by adding a little bit of water. It doesn't take that much time, but while you're cooking, you can be watching it at the same time. The salmon here, that 5.5 ounce, 6 ounce portion of salmon is going to be about 17 to 18 minutes, and it's going to result in a nice medium center. We have our asparagus. We're going to heat up in a little bit of glaze here. Our béarnaise sauce. We're going to add our tarragon to that. Remember, this is one of my favorite sauces from our first MasterClass. We can go ahead and take our salmon out. You can see there's just a few droplets of oil on top which have come out of the salmon, which is just fine. Where I penetrated that film, it's allowed a little bit of the fat to come out. It's not a problem. The most important thing, or the two most important things, are temperature and making sure that all the air is out of your compressed salmon. Snip that off, the ends. And then remember, we're looking for that piece that's right there that we folded over, indicating where we can start to remove our film. Now, it's 61 degrees, which is hot, but if it's not hot enough, you can flash it in an oven for 3 or 4 minutes just to get a little more intense heat on that. Just gonna put a little bit of lemon. Our finishing salt. Beautiful plate there. Just glazing our asparagus in that sweet butter. I love the way asparagus and butter, the aroma from asparagus and butter is just wonderful. And again, asparagus and hollandaise sauce, in this case, béarnaise sauce, classic flavor profiles. There we go. There we go. Our slow-cooked king salmon, white asparagus cooked sous vide, and sauce béarnaise. When thinking about other proteins that we can cook in the same method, it's almost anything. We've done chicken, of course, duck breast, any of the fish that we can compress like that are appropriate. Any meat, beef, a fillet is certainly perfect because of its shape. A sirloin may be a little more difficult because of its shape. So try to think about, if you can form it into a cylinder, then you can cook it this way. Doesn't this make you smile? Desserts growing up for me was always a reward. It was always eat your peas and you can have dessert. Make sure you finish your meat and you can have dessert. I'm really excited to be able to share with you some techniques that you really have to follow and pay attention to. Let's get started. We're gonna make a chocolate pot de crème, which is a wonderful dessert. It's a small dessert, but extremely rich. The quality of anything that we make is partially based on the ingredients that we use, and then of course, the technique or our skills to be able to produce it. We want to use dark chocolate for this, but you could use a milk chocolate. You could even use a dark milk chocolate. To begin, we're going to go ahead and prepare our garnish first. And that's just by taking our chocolate, a typical vegetable peeler, and just shaving down into it, into a bowl. You can see that. Do it this way. You can go down, up and down if you like. We get our little chocolate shavings there. To make our pot de crème, we're going to start with half and half cream, half milk. And the great thing about this pot de crème, I say pot de crème or pot de, in French, it's actually pot de crème. We don't have to bake it. Traditionally, you would make a custard, put the custard in your little pot, and then bake that in a bain-marie in the oven like a custard. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and finish the cooking process in our sauce pot, flavor it with our chocolate, and we'll just be able to pour that into our little pots, or little pots, and that'll set for 4 hours, and then it'll be ready to go. Adding our cream, our milk, now, while that's coming up to a simmer, we're gonna go ahead and whisk our egg yolks and our sugar. Take our egg yolks. And our sugar. You can see we're not using a lot of sugar. We don't need to use a lot of sugar because we have our chocolate, which is sweetened with sugar. There's two ways for us to tell when it's done. I'm going to show you one way with using a wooden spoon where we just brush our finger across it. It creates a separation between the cream and it drips down slowly. You can see the thickness and the viscosity of that. You can tell that it's finished then. Or you can use a thermometer. And the thermometer we want to take up to 85 degrees Celsius. As chefs, professional chefs, we always use the metric system. So we're always using grams, Celsius, milliliters, liters, because it's much easier for us to divide and multiply. Ounces is a very difficult thing to work with for us. Cups are a very difficult thing to work for us. They're not as precise as measurement is with the metric system. Our weights and our volumes are much more precise in metric. So we're always, in our kitchens, we're always talking about grams and milliliters or liters or centiliters or Celsius. So we're gonna watch this, let it come up to a simmer. Be careful, don't really walk away, because if the milk starts to boil, it's gonna boil over very, very quickly. And of course, you'll have a mess on your stove and you'll have to start again because whatever's boiled over in terms of the volume of that is gonna be reduced with the amount that's boiled over onto the stovetop. So we have everything ready to go here for this. So percentages in chocolate, you'll see that all the time, that they're qualifying how much cocoa is in chocolate, 60%, 68%, 70%, 76%. That's the amount of cocoa nib that's in the chocolate. The rest is other products. It could be lecithin, it could be sugar, it could be vanilla. It could be different ingredients that they put in the chocolate depending on what they're trying to achieve. But that percentage represents the amount of pure chocolate that's in there. Now, with that said, that percentage also includes added cocoa butter. Because cocoa butter is part of chocolate, it qualifies as being part of that percentage. The cocoa nib is what really you want to focus on, how much cocoa nib's in there. And traditionally, there's anywhere between 4 and 6% added cocoa butter to your chocolate. So when you see something that says 74% chocolate, you actually have somewhere between 70 and 68% cocoa nib and the rest cocoa butter. The cocoa butter has a nice texture on your tongue, and that's wonderful. It's that fat that we kind of We love that way that fat finishes. There we go, it boiled. Okay, just interrupt that. We just want to go ahead and temper now. Our egg yolks. We don't want to pour all of this in there at once because it's so hot, it'll cook the egg yolks, and that's not what we want. We want to bring the egg yolks up to temperature slowly by adding hot liquid to it. And any custard that you make, this is the typical procedure that you would use. Creme anglaise, ice cream base, quiche custard, any custard. Okay. I'll wipe off the edge there. You notice I don't like to pour liquids on the stovetop because if I have an accident, then I have a larger mess to clean up than if I poured it on the countertop. So just mix that thoroughly. We want to have our chocolate here, so as soon as we reach 85 degrees Celsius, we want to stop the cooking process because we don't want to curdle the eggs. If I left it on there to come up higher than 85 degrees, then you'll start to see the eggs start to curdle. Is that a bad thing? It is, because it's a textural thing. In this case, with the chocolate, it may not be as evident. So, but I don't want to give you an excuse to overcook your custard. I just want to let you know that if you do, you still may be able to salvage it because of the creaminess of the chocolate that you're going to add to it. You may not taste or you may not feel the texture of the curdled egg. So it's still not quite there, but I can see it's already starting to come up. So I was just going to be very careful here because remember, the fire here is a lot higher than 85 degrees Celsius. And we talk about that carryover temperature and how the heat from this piece of cookware, which is conducting heat and also holding heat very well, how that carryover temperature can quickly overcook your custard. You can see where that little line is. Now, at 85 degrees, you don't have to worry about any salmonella in your eggs. You've cooked it to the temperature where it kills any bacteria. Again, when I talk about 85 degrees, I'm talking about Celsius. That's about 185 degrees in Fahrenheit. You can see it's even thicker on the spoon. You notice I always take it off the heat when I'm testing it, just to make sure that it doesn't carry over or continue to cook beyond the temperature that I'm looking for. Okay. I can feel also, as I move my spoon through my custard, I can feel that it's getting thicker. Okay, I'm happy. Turn my fire off. Bring it over. Add my chocolate. Use my whisk. The temperature of the custard will melt the chocolate. So you see me do this. I'm pushing my whisk end into the corner. Make sure I get any of that chocolate that may be stuck in those corners, but I'm sure it's not. So it resembles a pudding, which is one of my favorite things to eat. Okay. Now, this is finished. What we like to do is we like to get a little air into it, just to make it a little lighter, more of like a mousse consistency where we've whipped cream into it, into a mousse. In this case, we're gonna just take our stick blender. Again, this is totally optional. You don't really need to do this. Now, if I lifted this out with it on, it's gonna be all over me. So I go all the way to the bottom of the pan. I'm trying to make it even deeper right there by lifting the edge of the pot up. And you see how that just gives me a much smoother emulsion and gives me a little bit of air. You can see some air bubbles there. So it makes it just a little lighter. I like that. And you can also tell, because it lightens it up. So if you notice, it was much darker before. I put my stick blender in there and added air to it. So this is the point where it's going to be the most liquid. Now, if you're us, you'd probably pour it like this, but, okay, so we're just going to go ahead and put it in our measuring cup. Getting all of that beautiful chocolate out of there. If you're confident, you can pour it out of a rolled edge pot into your pose, into your little pot of creme molds, and by all means do that. Set that there. And then we're just gonna go ahead and fill them up. Yeah, this could be put in any container. It could be a small glass jar. It could be a small glass. It could be, if you're like me, it could be a large glass. So whatever size you want to use. This is a classic pot for the creme. So there we have it. So just one more teaching point. We always just tap it lightly, just to make sure that the pot de creme gets a nice even layer there. So in case there's anything there, we want to make sure we just like that. Very simple. I'll place them in the refrigerator for 4 hours. I would suggest just laying a piece of plastic wrap lightly over that. We don't want to have any odors from our refrigerators to diminish the quality of our flavor of our chocolate. They can stay longer than 4 hours as well, but I would suggest that you take them out, let them temper a little bit. Remember, chocolate, when it gets cold, it gets hard again. We want to make sure that we're taking it out a little bit ahead of time, maybe half an hour, to let it temper somewhat so it becomes more palatable. All right, we've had these out for about a half an hour. For an example, I want to see where we are in terms of texture so we can share this together. Yeah. My spoon goes in nice and gently, and look at that. Look at how smooth and creamy that is. I don't want to put the whole thing in I would put the whole thing in my mouth, except I'm on camera, so I'm just gonna set it back in there, but I do want to taste it. But look at that, see? Shiny, creamy, emulsified. Anyway, we have a little whipped cream here. We flavored our whipped cream with vanilla. We sweeten it with a little bit of sugar. And we're just gonna put a little bit on top of each one. Whoop, fell right. See, I had hot water there, which helped that just fall right on top. hot spoon, cold cream, beautiful tempered chocolate. Take a little bit of our shaved chocolate right on top. Boom, boom. Can't wait. Dark chocolate, pot de crème. It's hard to say what is my favorite dessert. This lemon tart is very special to me. It's the only recipe that I've included in 2 of my cookbooks, the French Laundry and Bouchon, because I love it so much. It's a recipe that I've been doing since the early 80s, when I've had one of my first restaurants in New York City called Raquel, and I've been doing this recipe ever since. There's several reasons I love it, not just because of the texture, the lemon, but also this crust. And this crust is unique in a couple of ways. Number one, it's unique because it doesn't have to be rolled. It's actually going to be pressed into the tart pan, much like a cookie dough. And the second thing, of course, is our pine nuts. And the pine nuts add that sweetness, textural thing to it that is so compelling in this lemon tart. We're starting with raw pine nuts because when we bake the tart, the nuts will become a little bit roasted and give it another flavor and texture. So we begin by putting our nuts in a food processor. And pulse it. Now we want to pulse it just about halfway. We don't want to continue pulsing it. We're going to remove that oil from the nut. Drawing the oil out is not what we want to do. We want to start to break them up, and then we want to add our flour. And our sugar. And then we're going to continue to grind it. Now, any oil that's coming out of the nuts is going to be absorbed by the flour. Let's look at that. Yeah. So I could just feel the texture of the nut barely in there. And that's what we want to be. We have a bench scraper here to help us move our dough around. We're going to go ahead and dump that out on our clean working surface. If you want to, you can use a piece of parchment paper to work on. I'm just going to work right on the marble here. And then I'll make my well just like I'm making any dough. Add 1 whole egg. Now, this recipe makes enough for 3 tarts, and primarily because we're using 1 egg. So it's hard. It would be hard to do it only for 1 tart because we'd have to break that egg into a third. So the great thing about it is that you can freeze your dough and have it for a later use. You can freeze your dough and, of course, make your lemon tart every week for the next 3 weeks. So the butter, as you can see, is pretty soft. I'll just start mixing, bringing my flour into it as I'm squeezing. My bench scraper. This will take a few minutes. Just be patient with it. It may seem like it's dry. As you work it more, that butter will go into that. I always like to make these by hand. You can try to do it completely in your food processor. There's something about using my hands that I enjoy very much, especially in making different doughs. Just gently working that butter into the pine nut and the flour. I have more surface on the heel of my hand, which gives me more ability to mix it together. And I can put more pressure on the heel of my hand as well. You can also just get your children involved in this and let them do it. We can see how it's really starting to come together now. Continue to work it in. Almost there. Okay, clean up my bench. Okay, have our pine nut crust ready to go. We'll divide this in thirds. Just form it in a circle so you have something to begin with. You can put these in a resealable bag, freezer bag, and put them in your freezer for that tart for next week. Okay, there we have 3 crusts ready for the tarts. There's enough butter in here that we don't have to butter and flour our tart pan, but also this tart pan is a non-stick. So we're just gonna begin pressing it in to the corners. You wanna pay attention to the thickness of it. As you can see, we're always just going to take that little bit off. Continue to go around. I think most of you have the capacity to do this fairly easy. Piecing it together. Looking at the top as well to see where that thickness is on the top. Making sure that it's even, or as even as I possibly get it all the way down to the bottom. Okay, I feel good about that. I'll just start with the bottom. See how I'm pushing, continuously expanding that. If I see a thin spot there or there, so a little bit of dough. My corners, making sure my corners don't get too thick. That's the part that you want to pay most attention to is those edges where the side meets the bottom. Now you know there's fat in here, so working in a hot kitchen may be a little bit of a challenge, so make sure that your environment is conducive to rolling out or pressing in a dough or rolling out doughs when there's fat concerned. When we're working with doughs with butter in them, we don't want to be working in a hot kitchen. The butter will melt quickly, separate, and that's not what we want. I'll trim off my sides here. Okay, we're just about there. Just smooth out the top. Move that area where you tore it. Give it a nice finished look. And something I learned from my pastry chef is we take a little glass, or in this case we have a little cruet, and we're just gonna press it in at the edge, ever so slightly. We go on this side here, so. Kind of pressing it down, pushing forward slightly. Making sure that edge is in. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bake our tart shell in a sheet pan. We have our oven set to 350 degrees. There it goes. Gonna bake it in our oven. Our tart shell's baking. It's probably ready now. 350, around 17 to 20 minutes. A beautiful golden brown. We want that color that we love so much. Creates that texture and those really great flavors. I need to adjust my shelf here to broil it because we're gonna come back after we make our sabayon and caramelize the top of this. On broil, we always want to leave our oven cracked a little bit. Now you notice how it's really kind of evened out. Those little patches that I put in there are now nice and smooth. We've got a great side, and you can see the separation because it did shrink slightly from the side. Making our sabayon is fairly easy. We just need to pay attention. You've heard me say that before. Paying attention is really important when we're cooking. We have 2 whole eggs and 2 egg yolks and our sugar. I'm going to start to whisk that over a double boiler. And we can adjust our temperature from high to low. We don't need it boiling rapidly because we have that same temperature. As long as it's steaming, as long as we get steam out of there, we're at that constant temperature. You want to have a side towel ready to go. It's going to start to get warm. It'll start to thin out. as it cooks and as we beat it. So Sabayon in itself is a very classic Italian preparation where they take egg yolk, sugar, and Marsala wine. And then they pour it over fresh fruit. In this case, we're not doing that. We have whole eggs as well. A strong arm for this. I start to feel it. I can feel the temperature. Our pastry chefs are very used to this and have acquired the right muscles to complete this task. You can see it's starting to get a little thick as I'm drawing my whisk through, and I can start to see the lines from the whisk as it draws through. That's an important thing to recognize. Because when we first see that, we know it's getting thicker and cooking. Starting to hold a little bit of a ribbon, which is where we want it to be. Then we're going to add a third of our lemon juice. It's going to thin out again, and we're going to cook it back to the ribbon stage one more time. We still have our steam going underneath, so the temperature is good. I always try with my left hand and realize it doesn't work that well. A second time of our lemon juice. Continually whisking it thinned out again. Notice I'm using that figure 8 motion as much as I can. My arm gets a little tired right here, so I try to do it with my wrist. Ribbon. You see a nice ribbon again. Add my last of my lemon juice, so 3 times with the lemon juice. I've used a large bowl because, as you see, sometimes we get a little bit of splatter over. And it does grow in volume quite a bit. Getting nice and thick. Once again, you can start to see that as I draw my whisk through it, how the line holds. I can feel it too. It's becoming a little more difficult to pass through. I'm going to take it off just for a second. Look at it. Almost, just a little more. Okay. I'll go ahead and add my butter. Back over the heat. Turn it way down now. And I just want to emulsify my butter into the sabayon. Should be ready there. Just checking for any lumps of butter. I don't see any. Turn my fire off. Then we're gonna go ahead and pour our sabayon into our pine nut crust. Get all that goodness out of there. Okay. Now, while it's still warm, we're going to take it back over, put it underneath our broiler. I see little air bubbles there, so I'm just going to lightly tap those out. Okay, so you see how those air bubbles are diminishing? Okay. We're going to take it over to the broiler. So we see we're starting to get a nice coloration here. Starting to get some nice color on our broiler here. You can see a little bit of wafts of smoke coming out there from the caramelization of the sugar. And there we go. Here we go. We have our beautiful lemon sabayon pine nut crust tart. We'll let that set for about an hour before we slice it. Of course, after that, it'll be gone. We're gonna make apple pie. Certainly one of my favorite desserts. Reminds me of when I was a child with my grandmother. A slice of apple pie, a little bit of whipped cream, or better yet, vanilla ice cream. It was the perfect way to end a meal. As American as apple pie, but as I've learned from my English pastry chef, the apple pie actually originated in England. So as much as that is true, I still really associate this with childhood. And it's such an important part of childhood. My grandmother had apple trees and cherry trees, and she'd make pies for us in the summer and in the fall. And they were just great, in large part because of the crust. So this is really one of the most important parts about any pie, and certainly this crust can be used with any pie recipe that you have. It's a really, really wonderful pie crust. So we have all-purpose flour. We have pastry flour, which is a finer ground flour, and this helps with keep it a little stronger. We have lard. We have sweet butter. We have vinegar, which is going to help shorten the gluten to keep it tender. Water. We have sugar. We have salt. We have a little baking powder. The baking powder is going to help make it expand without making it rise too much, or help making it rise without expanding too much. And again, the flakiness of a crust is the most important part, I think, of a pie. We're gonna just work quickly here because everything needs to be cold. And that is a critical part of making a great crust, is keeping your fats cold. They don't have to be totally incorporated. In other words, if you have little pea-sized pieces of the fat, whether it's butter or lard, that's totally okay. So getting all of our dry ingredients in our mixing bowl. Get our fat in there. We'll work with our hands here. Now remember, this is hard butter and hard fat, so it's very cold, and that's what we want. Now we're going to separate this or divide this in two pieces, one for the bottom and then one for the lattice, which we're going to do on top. I love lattice on top of a pie for two reasons. I love the way it looks, but also it helps to vent the filling. We want to make sure that venting is continuous. I know you've seen where there's a small vent in top of a pie that has a solid top, where I prefer the lattice because there's more vents, more dehydration, so it keeps the crust crispier. And that's what I really want. Vinegar. Water. Just squeezing with my hands. Continue working as fast as you can, keeping it cold. Okay, I'm going to turn it out onto my tabletop. Bring it all together. Just make sure it's... And you can see those little pieces of lard or those little pieces of butter. Those were okay. Get it all off my hands. And then just bring it all together, finally, getting all the little runaway pieces. It shouldn't take you any longer than that to make this crust, okay? I'll go ahead and divide it in half. That's what I'm shaping a little differently because this will be my rectangle rolling piece for the lattice, because I want to be able to cut the lattices in strips. Okay? Now we're going to go ahead and refrigerate that for about 10 minutes. If you refrigerate it overnight, it's going to be really, really firm. You have to take it out to temper to roll it. Then you run a risk of actually emulsifying it more. So try to make it the same day. Chilling it for 10 minutes, letting it rest, bringing it out, rolling your round, rolling your rectangle, rest 10 minutes, bring it back, start to fill the base to bake with weights, and we'll show you how to do that. Okay, 10 minutes later, the pie crust is still soft. I'm gonna roll it between 2 sheets of parchment paper so I don't have to add any excess flour to it. We have a round one here, which we're gonna roll and try to maintain that circular shape. So that could be the bottom of our pie. In other words, fill the pie pan. And just turning it as I roll very lightly. Watching the shape, making sure that it stays round. Again, you may be able to see a little bit of fat in there, probably a little bit of lard, and that's totally fine. In fact, that's what we want. Little pea-sized pieces are okay. I'm using a rolling pin without handles. You can use one with handles. I'm used to this because again, it's a personal preference. I'm not saying you can't use the rolling pin with handles. I just have a better feel for the pressure that I'm putting on my crust or my dough. Okay, I've done a good job at maintaining this shape, nice circular shape. And then I'm just going to, without rolling, just gonna press it out just to, I can kind of feel the evenness of the thickness by doing that. In other words, I'm not hitting any ridges. And if I do hit a ridge, I'm pushing it down. So that helps me feel the evenness of that dough. Okay. There you can see what we have there. In the meantime, I'll show you the lattice. Again, so we have already a rectangle shape here. We want to be able to cut long strips for the top of our pie. And we're going to do the same thing with this. Between two pieces of parchment paper, now the bottom we want a little bit thicker than the lattice. It's going to support about 18 to 20 apples. Again, I keep my fingers in this position. I outstretch them, so I'm covering more of the rolling pin as I'm rolling. Okay, almost there. I'm just gonna now again, put pressure just to make sure I have it even. I can feel little ridges and bumps as I go through. Holding that, pushing. Feels nice and smooth, feels nice and even. Again, it's a personal preference. Okay, I think we're there. All right. Back to the refrigerator for 10 minutes. Okay, we've rested our dough for 10 minutes. Now we're gonna line our pie tin with that. We're gonna use beans to weigh it down, and we're gonna use cling wrap instead of parchment paper, or instead of tin foil, to line after we have our dough in there. I like to use cling wrap because it's a little stronger than parchment paper. Sometimes parchment paper tears and the beans go everywhere. The foil, it actually sticks into the dough as it's baking, so you have that potential. Cling wrap is perfectly fine in the oven, and it comes out very simple, very easy, and keeps a nice smooth surface. You see how easy this is? We're just gonna lay it in there. A little bit of adjustment. And just go ahead and start to lift and let it fall. Lift and let it fall. Lift and let it fall. Just repeating that over and over again so that it gets into the corner. Very important. So lift and fall, lift and fall, lift and fall. Now we can do two things at this time. We can go ahead and cut it, or we can do a little crimp, which I like. A little crimp there. Bringing some of that dough from above, over, over, over. Try not to stretch it from here. I stretched it a little bit from the side. I want to stretch it from what my excess dough is. Finishing with that classic finger crimp that we typically see on our pies. Keep that even. It's a little soft, but that just helps us move quicker through the process. That's the challenge about working with this dough, is you don't want to get it too soft. In other words, the temperature of the room. We're going to take our knife and just run down the edge. I'm keeping my knife going in like this and in like this, so I'm cutting the dough as I go around. You can see that. I just want to go back and just accentuate maybe where I missed. Make it a little more uniform using my thumb and my finger. Building it up just a little higher there. Okay, now we're going to let this rest in the refrigerator for another 10 minutes. So now it's nice and cold. It's been resting in our refrigerator for 10 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and line it, as I mentioned, with cling wrap. We'll double it up a little bit so it gets a little strength in the center. Go ahead and take our crust here and just slide it underneath. And kind of the same way you put your dough in, you want to get your film, your cling wrap down into the sides there by lifting up and letting it fall in. So you're not stretching it as well or not putting any pressure on the dough. Okay, when I'm happy, just make sure it's all nice and tight there. I'll take my beans, and these are just dried beans, which we're gonna line into our cling wrap here, and then of course you can use these over and over again. At some point they will get just so toasted they kind of start falling apart, but until then use them as many times as you can. And just make sure that there's an even layer there. And then fold your film, your cling wrap over the edge to expose the crust. And then just make sure that it's evenly pressured in there. I'm going to carry this over to our oven now. I've placed a baking stone in there, preheated the oven to 350 degrees. I'm going to put the pie right on the baking stone so that baking stone will help cook the bottom crust, which we really like to have that really as well cooked as possible. In the sense that baking stone really helps the conductivity of that heat penetrate through the bottom of the pie tin to that crust. So you see I've got my baking stone there, preheated my oven to 350 degrees. Just place that right in the center of that baking stone. And there we go. We're going to check that in 30 minutes, but it may take as much as 40. Okay, it's been about a little over 30 minutes. We're going to go check our crust. I like the way it looks, so I'm going to go ahead and take it out now. Those beans are hot, so I'm gonna just let that sit for a couple minutes before I take them out, okay? So I don't hurt myself. In the meantime, we're gonna start our filling. We're using Granny Smith apples today. We're grating 8 to 9 apples here, and then another 8 to 9 apples that are diced. So I like to use this type of peeler because I'm able to use it partially as a knife to get in there and take the core out, like that, on both sides. As much as I like the Swiss one, this one is my preference. And I'll just go around the edge. Same thing on the other side. And then just start to peel it. Top to bottom, leaving pressure, pulling down with my thumb. We also have a vanilla bean here, which I'm going to split. We've split the vanilla bean, so exposing the seeds in there. A typical box grater, we're going to use the large edge of it. Grate all the way down to the core. Okay. And the inside. A quick cleanup here. Now you see we have a lot of surface here, so it helps us cook them quicker through that cooking process, of course, through the evaporation of the moisture that are in the apples. Adjust my flame to medium-high. Gonna go ahead and add my apples. My vanilla bean split, and our lemon juice. I'm gonna bring that up to simmer. It's gonna take about 15 minutes to cook the grated apples. The moisture or the water from the apples will help dislodge the vanilla seed from the pod. I know there's many times where we're instructed to scrape the vanilla pod, but then you get a big clump of vanilla, which is also disintegrates in the water. It's just, I prefer to let the seeds come out naturally. The Granny Smith is a tart apple, and I always associate apple pie with tartness. So when I can find a hard, crisp, tart apple, that's what I want to use. So patience, we'll let that cook for 15 minutes. We'll watch it, we'll stir it when need be, and then we'll come back. Okay, we start to look like applesauce here. See that? We're gonna now go ahead and add our diced apples to what was our grated apples. The aromas, the vanilla and apple is just so classic. Now you'll start to get a lot of liquid coming out of the just added diced apple. I'm going to cook that for another 10 to 15 minutes, just until the diced apple has a very minimal amount of resistance when pierced with a knife or with a cake tester. Now we can remove our beans from our pie crust. And the plastic wrap is easier to pick up. Look at that. Evenly cooked, beautiful crust. And you can see how that stone helped cook it evenly on the bottom as around the outside. Okay, so we're ready there. I'm going to go ahead and remove my vanilla pod. And now I'm going to add my sugar. And the reason I don't add the sugar beforehand is because I don't want to have the sugar cook and begin to caramelize and take on a flavor that'll change the way my apples taste. So we'll put our sweetener in now. Of course, our different spices, our cinnamon, our ginger, and cornstarch, which may seem a little bit unusual, but the cornstarch, which is typically activated when you're cooking it in something, it'll be activated when we bake it in the oven. So when we slice it, it holds the shape very well. You'll see that when we get our apple pie finished. Okay. The aroma of the ginger, the cinnamon, the apples, just beautiful. We're gonna now take that and cool it down for 20 minutes, and then we're gonna fill our pie, make our lattice, and be able to bake it. Now we have our beautiful chilled filling. We're gonna go ahead and put that in our pie crust, our pre-baked pie crust. This is 18 apples. Just go ahead and layer that in. Okay. We have our second dough that we rolled out here. I'm going to go ahead and cut it using a serrated wheel cutter, like for ravioli. We need to cut 12 strips, about a ½ inch thick. Okay. Laying those over about a ½ inch apart. We'll start building our lettuce, taking one, every other one, bringing it back. And then begin layering the opposite direction. The first one's always a little harder to get really positioned correctly. Okay. And then we'll just go back over. Go back over. Okay. Now then the opposite one. Bring that back. Bring that back. Oops, so the opposite one. And again, just continuing. And one more time, alternating each time you add another strip. And the last one. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a pair of scissors and just snip it off. Just about 1/8 of an inch beyond the edge of the crust. We're going to bake it again for 45 to 50 minutes, again at 350 degrees in our preheated oven. Just like Grandma used to make. So the crust doesn't have a lot of sugar in it, so certainly you could use it for other applications, maybe a pot pie. I think that would be great. Another classic American preparation. Just brushing it with a little bit of egg white. I want to get that so that I can sprinkle it with sugar, and the sugar will adhere to the egg white. Okay. Just some granulated sugar. In the same way that we season our food with salt, we're going to season this with sugar. That'll give it a nice caramelization, nice crispy crust, but also very shiny. There we have it. Back in the oven, preheated 350 degrees on our stone. I can't wait. Oh, right out of the oven. I can see how flaky the crust is. The aromas reminds me of Grandma. Here's your apple pie. I don't know where to begin. Do I want to eat my chocolate pot au crème, my apple pie, or my lemon tart? Why don't we just eat them all? I'm going to cut my lemon tart first, and I've got some hot water here, which really helps slice through the sabayon. Remember, there's that butter in there. Or we could just also use a blowtorch to heat up our knife, which works really well. Remember, once you make that first slice, you're going to have to clean your knife again, heat it up, and go one more time. So right in the center, straight down, all the way through. Look at that. This gives you just the perfect slice. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't know if you could see that, but just how lovely that and tender that sabayon is. Our apple pie, I want to use a serrated knife with our apple pie because I want to kind of cut through the lattice, okay? So just slicing through the lattice. And when I use a serrated knife, it's always like a saw, okay? So just sawing back and forth. Once I get through, I can take the tip down to the bottom of the pie pan. I can feel it. Come up the side, and then just to make sure, I got that all the way. An offset spatula for this one again. Look at that. And Pommes apple pie. So some key things to remember, just to summarize here. Pot au crème, important thing. Cooking our custard, 85 degrees Celsius. Take it off that back of that wooden spoon until it really coats the wooden spoon. Aerating the chocolate to give it a little bit of aeration, make it a little bit lighter. Those are some key elements for that. Our crust, our pine nut crust, making sure that we pulse our pine nuts, but not too much so that the oil starts to come out of them. And then add our dry ingredients and then continue to pulse that until it gets to a kind of a sandy texture. Making sure that we push in that crust into the pie tin and the edges be similar, as you can see, to the bottom, the thickness of that. That's really important. Apple pie. I think one of the key things here is working with cold ingredients. Your lard, your butter, your water, your vinegar should all be chilled. And then working as quickly as you can. Understanding that it's okay to leave little pea-sized pieces of that fat in there. And then one element that I wanted to bring up, which works in a lot of different pies, anything that you're gonna have a lot of moisture in, it could be cherry, it could be apricot, it could be peach, it could be pear. The addition of cornstarch at the end is gonna help set your filling. So that when you cut it, it's that perfect texture. Here we are, our 3 beautiful desserts. Let me see if I can tell you which one I like the best. Oh. The intensity of that chocolate is fabulous. This is something my staff at Bouchon will tell you I order probably 75% of the time when I have dessert. Oh. That delicate sabayon, which is so unique in a lemon tart, really is, the texture is beautiful. The pine nut crust, just the way it falls apart on your tongue is fantastic. You see here with this apple pie, it's still warm from the oven. That crust on the bottom, when you can just see the way it's flaking apart there, it's just wonderful, delicious. Hopefully you didn't find too much difficulty in any of these. Here's wishing you a little sweetness every day. I appreciate all of you joining me for my masterclass. I hope you gained great knowledge, some skill, and some ambitions. I wish you good luck and a good dinner. I'm going to share with you a great example of different times and different temperatures in short ribs. So I have a 79-degree temperature sous vide bath working here. And I've got a 62-degree temperature sous vide bath working here. I also have a test sous vide piece of potato with a spongy material that's adhered to that. And when we're doing a lot of sous vide, we always want to see where we are in our test. So what we'll do is we have a probe thermometer. We'll puncture through the foam into the center of the product that we're cooking. And again, this is just a potato to show for an example. So right now you can see that temperature is 14 degrees Celsius. And we'll just monitor this as we go, just as some fun to do. When they're in large companies, when they're doing mass quantities of sous vide, they'll always have something that they're testing. So in the meantime, as you can see, we have a short rib here that we braised traditionally. Sous videing short ribs in the slow method is 62 degrees Celsius for 48 hours. Now, you can see that there's not a lot of fat in here. There is some juice, but there's not a lot of fat. The muscle and fiber is broken down, so this short rib is gonna have the texture of a very succulent short rib with all the fat in there. And fat, we really love that fat. Fat is flavor, so we have a lot of that fat in here. Cooked very slowly, so it broke down the tissue, broke down the muscle, the fiber, but it didn't render the fat. Gentle cooking, long time. This one, we cooked at a much higher temperature, 79 degrees, for a shorter period of time. You can cook it fast and still break down the muscle, break down the fiber, rendering it very tender, but you can see we've lost a lot of the fat. in this, of course, so then it becomes a little smaller as well. And the liquid, as I'm pointing out, is not the same color. Again, because of that rendering process. So I want you to see the difference when I cut them cold, and then I want you to see the difference when we cut them hot. I mean, even the way they appear is so much different. Classically braised, 79 degrees Celsius, 62 degrees Celsius. So just so you understand here, the difference. So look at that. It has the appearance of being medium in the way it's cooked, but the texture is the same texture. It's that succulent, rich, soft texture that we come to associate with short ribs that have been braised for a long time. This is the 79 degree short rib. You can see it's a little flakier, because it's lost some of the fat. So the fat's what's keeping it bound together, certainly when it's cold. And of course, it looks a little different. And you can see the way, when I cut it, it started to kind of almost crumble a little bit. And then this is our traditional braised short rib. So those are the three different short rib preparations that we've done through time and temperature. 62 degrees, 79 degrees, classically braised in an oven of a much higher temperature than we want to achieve internally to cook the meat. Now I want to show you those when they're hot. Here we have our classically braised short rib. Of course, it's braised in a liquid, so we prepare the sauce at the same time we prepare the short rib. These other two, we don't have a sauce. So what can we do with those? Anything we want. We can make a sauce, whether that's something that's a veal stock base, or we can pan sear them, serve them as a steak, if you will. Even use them in a salad, whether it's a heated protein or cold protein in a salad. Oh, look at this, we're up to 31 degrees Celsius on our potato already in a 62 degrees centigrade bath. So if I can, I'm gonna pull this out. This here represents the 79 degree short rib that's cooked fast, or faster, I should say. And now it's hot. We're gonna go ahead and drain it. It's very, very tender. You see all that liquid that has been rendered out of that. A lot of fat in there, a lot of the moisture from the meat itself. Our 62 degree short rib cooked sous vide. Again, very tender. But again, there's not a lot of fat in here. Most of that is just the moisture from the beef. You just go ahead and now represent how they looked. Very tender, you can see. And see when I cut that, how it starts to flake apart here. Right? See the fibers connected. You'll see some fat there. But that's kind of what we've come to expect in our braised meats. The same way that we do our classically braised short rib. We're up to 40 degrees in the internal temperature on that potato in a 62-degree bath, so it's taken about 10 minutes just to get to that point. You see here, again, where the fiber kind of starts to shred somewhat, okay? And then just to give you an example of what we can do, besides making a classically prepared presentation for a short rib. As I mentioned, we can kind of treat this as any piece of meat. I can really handle this much easier than I could handle that, which was very tender. You see? Now we know it's already hot, so we're just gonna sear it off. And then just, because I like it, we'll just baste it with a little bit of butter. Turn our heat down. Again, this is just an example to show you some ways, or give you at least an idea of what you can do with the short rib that's been cooked sous vide at a very low temperature for a long period of time. Now, also this gives you an indication of the fact that sous vide cooking is not necessarily convenient. It takes much more time. But if you prepared these short ribs and did them in some quantities as we do at the restaurant, then it gives you the opportunity to have convenience and have these en place as part of your mise en place to be able to then finish on pickup or during service. You can see how easy I can move this around and how easy it cuts. There we have a true example of 3 different preparations of the same piece of meat, one classically braised in the oven, one cooked at 79 degrees, and one cooked at 62 degrees for different periods of time.